Where is she? By Joel. Okay.
Live from Burbank, the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes dependent upon the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to a joint meeting of the Burbank City Council and the Burbank Unified School District Board of Education on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. I would like to invite Rabbi Safi Lev from Burbank Temple Emmanuel to lead us in the invocation this evening. Will everyone please stand and remain standing for the flag salute? Welcome, Rabbi.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council and Board of Education members, fellow community members. On behalf of Burbank Temple Emmanuel, I'd like to offer this story from the Babylonian Talmud, a compendium of rabbinic law and lore from about 500 CE as an invocation. You may be seated. The story is of a rabbi by the name of Mar Ukba, who, in the custom of these great sages of the time, would give charity to anybody in need, but did so following the Jewish custom of keeping it anonymous. He would walk by a home that he knew was in need, and he would slip money through the door, under the door, and he would go off to the academy where he would teach and preside over the community. He did this day in and day out. On the other side of the door, this poor person wanted to thank his benefactor. So one day, while Mar Ukba was walking with his wife, the person actually opens the door and starts to follow the rabbi. So the rabbi starts walking faster with his wife. And then the poor person starts walking faster. You can imagine this on TV. But this was the year 500 of the Common Era. They end up running, husband and wife, around the corner and into this blacksmith's furnace where they would fire up hot coals. But the coals had cooled off a little bit, and the rabbi, believing that his righteousness would always protect him, was surprised when his feet started to burn. But his wife's feet were fine. So she said, "Why don't you step on my shoes?" And he did. But to his dismay, he wondered, why is it that you're okay and I'm not? And she said, well, when poor people come to the house, I feed them from our pantry face to face, and I speak with them. That's very different than what the rabbi did. Her way seemed to be better. And so, as a conclusion of this invocation and as a reminder of the wisdom of all peoples, I'd like to offer that this leadership of this community continue to lead with light, with wisdom, and with humility, but also with the compassion that comes to knowing your constituents face to face. Be well.
Thank you, Rabbi. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Place your right hand over your heart. And it's right over here. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Madam City Clerk, please conduct the roll for Council and Board of Education.
Thank you, Mayor. Councilmember Burroughs, Councilmember Schultz,
Present.
Councilmember Springer. Here. Vice Mayor Anthony,
Present.
and Mayor Talamantes.
Present.
Thank you. Noting the absence of Councilmember Burroughs tonight, now I conduct the roll for the school district. And we're going to start with Member Freitner,
Present.
Member Agakanian,
Present.
Member Weisberg,
Present.
Vice President Steve Ferguson, and President Shar Tappett. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. We would like to advise the community there will be one period of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period. The first period is for joint general public comment on any matter concerning city business and/or any agenda item. If you would like to participate in general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received.
There's no outlet.
We have 3 council presentations on the agenda this evening. And I want to thank all the family members who are here tonight supporting their student athletes. Welcome, everyone. The first presentation, a certificate of recognition to the John Burroughs High School Boys Varsity Baseball Team for winning the California Interscholastic Federation Championship. And let me read one of the, you know what, yeah, why don't you come up here and help me? You on? Okay, excellent. And this is in recognition of winning the 2022 California Interscholastic Federation Championship as a member of the John Burroughs High School Boys Varsity Baseball Team. On behalf of the Burbank City Council, I commend you for your hard work, dedication, and commitment to teamwork, and congratulate you on this incredible victory. Congratulations, and everybody receives. Maybe have the coaches come up and help me with passing their certificates.
That's good, because my glasses are falling out.
You can get them from her.
Let me take that out. There you
You know what, let me do this. You,
Oh.
sure, you hand it to him, and he'll announce,
go. Got it.
All right, I'm a celebrity. Here we go. Wyatt Augustine. Lucas Beltran. Jarrell Bajaza. Limbert Sabalos. Andrew Chapman. Nate Chapman. Dylan Conahan. Bailey Ewan. Nick Forrest. Zach Freck. Mason Mahay. Devin McGivern. Mason Medina. Ryan Meza. Kenny Montgomery. Gunnar Nichols. Christian Perez. Braden Sibley Ackerman. Steve Suarez. Thomas Vornis. Sebastian Zamora.
And I'll let you present to the coaches.
Well, all right. I can do that. I have Matt Magayon. Magayon, you're welcome. James McFadden. That helps, doesn't it? Thank you, sir. Mitch Kellogg. Cam Diaz. Not here. And Ryan Daniels.
Well, here you have the 2022 CIF champions. You know, it takes a lot to reach that level. It takes a lot to go through the different divisions and up to the final game, and then to come out the champion of that final game. It's amazing. So I want to thank the parents. Your mic, I can't hear you. Okay. You know, the parents are obviously, and we'll be thanking, and we have another presentation with the girls swim team. We'll be thanking the parents for their support. Without the parental support, and not only at the high school level, obviously when you start out in T-ball, you know, it takes the parents or whoever the guardian might be, if the parent isn't available, or some family member that takes them to the field, to the games, practices. It takes a lot of time and effort. Trust me, I've been through 3 kids that have gone through, 2 boys and a girl, through the different sports that Burbank has offered. But once again, congratulations to the players, the coaches. Thank you very much for your time and effort and energy. It takes a lot for preparation, and to take them to the CIF final and come out of there with a championship, it's even better. So congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Say a few words.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Gentlemen, we're very proud of you at the school district. We know how hard you've worked to get to this spot, and congratulations. And heck, let's do it again next year, Coach.
Let's do it again. Okay, the next presentation, All-Star Game's going on right now, guys. Next is a presentation of a certificate of recognition to the John Burroughs High School girls swim team for winning the first California Interscholastic Federation title. So we'll do the same thing we just did, hand out to the young ladies that are present. Let's have the coach come on up. Yes, Coach, congratulations. Go ahead. No, let the coach, why don't we let him announce the names?
All right. First swimmer is Nancy Baylor. Next is Abigail Chatalian. Next is Camila Guillermo. Kelly Long. Sarah Metry. She's not here tonight, but. And Liliana Noriega.
Do you want to take these to the girls? Okay. Okay.
Ladies, why don't you, a couple over here?
You're going to speak first, Mayor.
Let's take coaches.
And then we have our swim coaches, Jake Cook. And Martin Ortega Jennison, who's not with us tonight.
You know, once again, I'm going to say the same thing I did for the boys. I mean, obviously, it's the accomplishment of reaching this level of the CIF and coming out the champion. It's unfortunate that it has to be a loser, but that's the way the game is played. And at this time, we were the winners, so that's always good. It's always a proud moment for the parents, obviously, because I know the parents, having gone through it myself with, like 3 kids in regards to, from T-ball, right, from T-ball, boys and girls. I mean, and they get into the middle school, they get into the high school. So I've lived it. I've gone travel ball. We've gone across the country to tournaments all over the country. It paid off for my daughter. She got a scholarship in softball. So there's a lot of future in swimming, obviously. Olympics, we always watch the swimming for the Olympics, and baseball as well. So I want to congratulate the parents for their support, the students for your commitment and staying on it and maintaining that can-do attitude, and obviously the coaches. The coaches are very important in this whole puzzle. So I want to thank you for your commitment and your just stick-to-itiveness in encouraging the girls, and in the boys' case, the boys, to do the best that they can.
Thank you to all of you. I know there's a lot of hard work that goes into maintaining the term student athlete. You have hours of practice, hours of training and workout, and still need to maintain your classwork. And so we're very proud of you. And when you move above and beyond the regular season into playoffs and win, it's an amazing feeling, and we're all very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
I just want to say congratulations to our girls again, and also congratulations to the baseball team. You guys did an amazing job. It's really cool that Burroughs can bring home 2 CIF championships. It's only 4 in the school's history, and 2 of them were this year, so it's pretty amazing. Thank you.
Can someone explain to me when everyone in high school got taller than me? Like, when did that happen? Recently? Okay. Right. I feel like I'm shrinking.
Don't rub it in.
Okay, the third presentation, turn your mic on, thank you. The third presentation this evening is a presentation of a bench dedication in memory of Burbank Unified School District and City of Burbank employee Esmeralda Hernandez. Esmeralda Hernandez passed away on March 6, 2021. Esmeralda, more commonly known as Esme, worked for the city of Burbank as a recreation leader in youth programs for 22 years and as an instructional aide at Providencia Elementary School for the Burbank Unified School District. Esme brought light and joy to thousands of children through her work. To remember Esme and her positive spirit and caring personality, the Parks and Recreation Department planted a tree in her memory at Verdugo Park. This was Esme's favorite park in Burbank, and one she spent many summers working at through the Burbank Parks and Recreation Summer Days program. Today, council dedicates a bench in Esme's memory that will be near to the tree. It is our hope her family and 3 young children will visit the park and remember how special their mother was and the impact she had on so many lives. In addition, Burbank Parks and Recreation will be donating a bench to Providencia Elementary School in Esme's memory. Esme worked at the school for many years through Burbank Unified School District and Parks and Recreation. Her 2 daughters graduated from Providencia Elementary School, and her son currently attends the school. Esme brought out the very best in those around her and always reminded others, don't forget to smile. We should do that more often. Don't forget to smile. Her special quote will be included on the dedication plaque on both benches. Esme touched countless lives with her beautiful spirit and is deeply missed. We hope that her family, friends, and all those in the community who had the privilege of knowing her also enjoy the tree and the 2 benches dedicated in memory of Esmeralda Hernandez. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. If I could just take a point of privilege, Esme was a personal friend. Thank you. This meeting fundamentally is about leaders getting together, collaborating and working together. Esme, to know Esme, was a friend of my sister's. She was over at my house frequently. And her family is a beautiful family. But she really did represent the best of both institutions. She loved like no other. She mentored like no other. And I know that the way she left us was not the way she wanted to go, certainly. And this community, in so many ways, has demonstrated their love and their commitment to her memory by smiling and doing acts of service. But truly, if there is any leader in this community that should be celebrated and recognized for bringing people together, it's Esme Hernandez. And I just want to thank the council for recognizing Esme. And for as long as I live, I will work to bring that same joy that she brought to life for others as they get to know her. But this is really a moment to celebrate because she represented the best of both of us. And just thank you.
Thank you very much. And you know, on a personal note, I did not know Esme. Obviously, we adjourned in her memory last year when she passed away. And then this is coming before us. But I got to know her very well, obviously more than I did before. And listening to some of our staff members that knew her, that worked with her in the Parks Department, she was a special person. There's no question about it. A very special person. 3 kids that are being grown up without a mother right now. But nonetheless, we as a city and the school district, in her memory, and her kids that went and are still at Providencia. Obviously, there's going to be a bench in her name. So it's something special that we can look forward to for many, many years to come. Thank you. City Attorney McDougal, you please report on closed session.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, for the members of the public, this evening City Council met in closed session with the city's labor negotiator, Betsy McClinton, to discuss direction for Burbank firefighters, and council took no reportable action.
Thank you, sir. Now, yes?
Just quickly, because this is a joint meeting, but I did want to make a comment also about the
Oh,
bench,
good,
if
sure,
I may.
go ahead.
So, I'm very glad that we're doing the bench and in the memory of Esme, but I also want to acknowledge the city for their partnership, for their dedication to our schools by donating benches. We've had several friendship benches that in the past been donated to some of our schools that a lot of our students use. So thank you for doing that. But I also, I didn't know if we had before the team leaves, I do want to acknowledge not only the baseball team and the swim team for their accomplishment, but I also want to acknowledge my former student, Coach Magaloon, at Woodbury University. He did very well, so Coach, congratulations, and congratulations to your team as well. Thank you.
So before we proceed, anybody else have any comments? I don't want to leave anybody out. Okay, good. You're not going to be talking bad about me after the meeting. All right, thank you very much. Thank you, Doctor. So now is the time for joint general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak, please present a completed yellow general public comment card. To the city clerk, any person speaking during general public comment may address the council and the Board of Education on any matter on the agenda and/or of City of Burbank or Burbank Unified School District business. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address any agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to promote a fairness, please stay within your maximum allotted time of 3 minutes. A timer is available on the podium to help the speaker keep track of how much time is left. Please state your name for the record. For those wishing to call in during the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Madam City Clerk, I guess we got the cards right here. We'll go to the cards first. First speaker is Tara Waugh, and second, after Tara, is Linda Besson. Welcome.
Welcome. Hi, I'm Tara Waugh. I'm so excited to have my little helper and so many people here tonight. Y'all didn't want to release these kids as their biggest reward yet? Make them sit through the rest of the meeting.
Fly free.
If they're watching,
Yeah, you could go.
they're watching their government do the
Quietly, guys, go
work.
quietly. This is my 3
There's an
minutes
all-star
here.
game.
Yeah, I know, I mentioned it.
I want to thank everybody for your hard work here and what you're doing tonight. I'd like to address the Joint Council specifically about the safety plan, agenda item K2. But
Tara,
it's
why
going to
don't
be
we
a bit
just
of a
hold back?
walk to
Hold-
get there,
hold
so
time.
stay with me.
Tara,
Wait.
hang on a minute.
Yeah.
Let's, now that you've released everybody, let's wait till everybody's out.
Oh, you paused the time. Thank you. Appreciate it.
He's a man of the people.
In the interest of cooperation, okay, continue, thank you.
That's more the crowd I expected. Hi, everybody. Anyway, so I'm here to address agenda item K2, the school safety plan, but it's going to be a walk to get there, so stay with me. I want to first start out by saying there is no diversity, equity, and inclusion without disability. Let me say that one more time for the people in the back and who are just tuning in at home. There is no diversity, equity, or inclusion without disability. Now, I deeply respect the efforts that the City Council and this school board have made not only to try and reckon with Burbank's past, but make an inclusive future. But as the parent of a child with disabilities, I am here to say that from where I'm standing, y'all are leaving a lot of people on the margins. The Census Bureau states that those with disabilities make up 10% of the city population. I believe from what I've been able to infer from the BUSD statistics, those with IEPs make up even more than 10%. And yet nowhere in the district's DEI website does it mention disabilities. There's no accessible parking near the main office of my child's school. And it's hard for me to even surf the Parks and Rec website and find out which parks have accessible swings, okay? It's as though those with disabilities have experiences and concerns that are too easily farmed out to either the city's ADA coordinator or the special ed department. But that's not exactly inclusive, which brings me to my question. Now, this is an honest question. I do not know what the answer is. But did anyone address students with disabilities or their representatives and caretakers in coming up with the safety plan y'all are going to address tonight? I hope so. But if not, I'm here to plead with you to do so. The recent school shootings in Uvalde, Texas, made many of us who have young children with disabilities feel like our kids would be sitting ducks. We need to know how the city and school will address things like getting wheelchair-bound students downstairs in the event of a fire, or getting developmentally delayed students to safety when they might not understand what's going on during an active shooter situation. And on the flip side, we also need to know who is communicating to the police, because we may have situations where students may seem to be a threat, but they may be neurodivergent or just unable to communicate. We need to know who is thinking about them. So I ask that you please invite those with disabilities to participate directly in this and all policy conversations in the city of Burbank. Disability is diversity, and by excluding some of us, you harm all of us. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Now, I may have to respectfully take my response to my comments online for viewing at
No
home
problem.
while I care for my kiddo. Thank you.
Next speaker is Linda Besson, and after Linda is Jamie Kaiser. Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening. Tonight's joint session is primarily about public safety. Many people are here and watching because of the horrific violence that has happened across the country, and they are demanding that we take action to prevent this violence from happening in Burbank. There is a foundation, a common thread, through these mass shootings, no matter where they have taken place. Research shows nearly 70% of mass shootings involve domestic violence, meaning the suspect shooting one of their own family members or an intimate partner, or had a history of domestic violence prior to leaving the home to kill as many as possible. What can cause the unthinkable to happen, especially with young men? 6 of the 9 deadliest mass shootings since 2018 were by those 21 or younger. A global study of more than 125,000 people from all socioeconomic backgrounds found that children who witnessed domestic violence had the same risk and incidence of PTSD as soldiers returning from war. It is estimated that between 4.5 and 15 million children are exposed to physical violence in the home. This trauma is then combined with the challenges of developmental changes and societal pressures. And since this violence rewires the brain and impacts how choices are made, this can turn them toward violence. So how does this pertain to your discussion today? If we as a community want to take proactive action to prevent mass gun violence in our schools and in our city, the conversation must expand beyond SROs and using more security and guns as a solution. All of you here tonight have the ability to start a citywide conversation about abuse, violence, mental health, and how all of these can combine and create our worst nightmare. Concern for mental health should not be shoved into the domain of the nonprofits and then ignored by those in power. We need a comprehensive, citywide mandate at all levels addressing domestic violence and its effect on its victims if we are serious about protecting our children. Abuse is a learned behavior. It is possible to counsel teenagers who have witnessed and experienced abuse that they can choose to not continue a cycle of violence. Too often we hear from students who clearly saw a classmate having a mental health crisis that adults ignored the peril. It is wrong to put the responsibility for reacting to these crises solely on our children, especially when the cause is violence inflicted by adults. I urge you tonight to make a commitment to all of us that you will act to be proactive and explore beyond the obvious in order to protect public safety. Collaboration between our city and our schools and our nonprofits in all parts of Burbank is the only comprehensive and therefore effective solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamie Kaiser, followed by Tamala Takahashi.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, city leaders, and BUSD representatives. I am Jamie Kaiser, the CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, and here tonight to discuss the ongoing issues with Raising Cane's. I wanted to be here last week to support the residents in Talleyrand, but was quarantined with COVID and couldn't participate. We have received many calls in the Chamber office regarding Raising Cane's and the serious issues that it's caused to the surrounding residents and businesses. More timely action is needed by the city, and I will be reaching out to each of the 5 council members to meet with you. A few of those meetings are already in the works. Where was the traffic study and due diligence that should have been required before allowing restaurants like Raising Cane's to come into that neighborhood? I continue to hear from some city staffers that things will die down, but we don't have any confirmation on that. Raising Cane's is known for their cult-like following, and until they build more restaurants, people will continue to travel to different cities to dine there. Talleyrand has been a staple in Burbank for 63 years, and owner Karen Ross said last week that she has never been to a city council meeting until that evening. One of the residents shared that he feels like his property is worthless, and who would want to buy his home with the ongoing issues that are happening when he lives 2 doors away. How would you feel if this was happening in your Burbank neighborhood? Would you just roll over and accept it? I think not. I received many photos from residents and the business owners of lines of cars blocking their driveways, trash in the streets and on the sidewalks, lawns and driveways, disruptive tailgating, speeding, no available parking, and the list goes on. What will this look like when they stay open until midnight? How does the city plan to manage the public nuisance process? Talleyrand's is losing their parking battle, and it will cost $24,000 for them to put in an electronic gate. Who's going to pay for that? This is not solely a situation for Raising Cane's to solve. The city allowed this to happen, and the city needs to take responsibility and figure out how to manage this effectively for the long term. The NBC News footage did not shine a positive light in Burbank, and action is needed now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Tamala Takahashi, followed by Joel Schwartzman.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and school board presidents and council and board. My name is Tamala Takahashi, and I'm a 23-year resident of Burbank. I have 3 adult children who are now in college, and all were raised in Burbank. As a parent, I'm very happy to see this meeting tonight and look forward to your discussion regarding street safety and school safety. Our kids deserve a community where they can walk, bike, and drive safely to school, to their friends' houses, and to activities. They deserve safer routes to school, especially for those who ride their bikes and live relatively far from their respective high school or middle schools. And as parents, we deserve the peace of mind that they have all of this. And as a side note, e-bikes are the future, and it's more important than ever to increase access in our community for e-bikes, especially for our kids and young adults. On a personal note, 2 of my kids were actually hit by cars while riding their bikes. One of them was hit by a car that was coming out of an alley. Fortunately, they're okay. They weren't physically hurt. The other was hit going through an intersection next to Burroughs during the pandemic. Their leg was broken in 2 places, and they are now avoiding riding bikes while in Burbank, afraid of being hit again. I'm also personally wary of speeding cars myself, taking extra precautions at each intersection. It's been far too often that I've had near misses with cars speeding through red lights or swerving in and out of lanes. I've also witnessed many crashes during my years here in Burbank along Glen Oaks, Buena Vista, Hollywood Way, Magnolia, Victory. That crunch sound of a car accident never gets easier to hear. And I never want to be the bearer of news that that crunch sound are my kids. On campus, school safety is also a concern, as this is a proximity, and as is the proximity of gun stores to our schools and the number of gun sellers in our city. Right now, I cannot even imagine the difficulty parents must be feeling sending their kids to school during the day. My kids are all grown, and I do worry about them at college, but K-12 are the targets over and over, always in towns where you'd never expect. I'm sure I'm preaching to the choir here, but do we have to wait in Burbank until tragedy hits here at home to be motivated to make changes? I know none of us want to wait for that. That is why this meeting gives me hope that we aren't waiting until something happens. We aren't waiting until tragedy with our children, and that the safety of our streets and our schools is receiving this important attention it needs. I look forward to hearing the discussion tonight and how we can all work together for our children and everyone in our community as a community. Thank you, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Next speaker is Joel Schwartzman, followed by Carmenita Hilliger. Welcome.
Margot Router, she should use extreme caution if she ever decides to bring her child she abandoned around her partner, the vice mayor. I call your attention to last meeting where I played a recording of the vice mayor's ex-wife accusing him of malfeasance with a underage boy, and that is tantamount, I mean, it's really accusing him of being a child molester. So everybody who has children should be cautious of the vice mayor. And I also call your attention that the vice mayor did not deny the accusation. He instead blamed the accuser. If somebody accused any of us of something like that and you were not guilty, you would strongly defend yourself and you would say, I want to take a polygraph to prove that I didn't do this type of thing. The mayor kept his mouth shut, and that's a big indicator of whether or not he's guilty of this horrific allegation. Okay, bad drivers. You know, I made about 6 recommendations to the school board, and there's no report in the agenda packet tonight about any of those recommendations. So I don't know what we're here talking about. None of us are informed on what has been done. One of my favorite ideas is to allow school employees who witness students driving in a dangerous fashion, spinning the wheels, speeding, we know who these kids are, allow them to sign the citation, get in a partnership with the city police department and the city attorney, and allow those city school employees to show up in court and testify against these kids and let the judge sort it out. We're trying to make a difference and get safe driving. Do something about it. Now, regarding our students and calling the police and paramedics to service our kids, I wish that you would say we don't want the police using tasers on our kids, no mace on our students, and no paramedics using ketamine or midazolam on students for something called excited delirium. This is something to be talked about. And my last minute, Ms. Weisberg, you disgust me. I cannot bite my tongue. You did not stand for the flag salute. Shame on you. Our students died. Our students died in World War II. Our students died in Vietnam. They were maimed in all these wars that we have, and you don't have the decency to stand and salute the flag for the services of our kids and our veterans here in Burbank. You spit on their graves, and you slap the face of the parents and the veterans in our community. Shame on you. You have some explaining to do tonight. What did America do to you that is so off-putting that you won't stand for the flag salute? You told me you were a teacher and you teach your students it's optional. And it turns my stomach. Don't look at me sideways. You told me this in the back of the city council chambers last week. You are a hypocrite. You told me you would never vote for Constantine Anthony. You told me you had doubts of Stephanie McCoy and her capabilities. You told me you were disgusted with the superintendent. Stop shaking your head. You're a liar.
Thank you. Next speaker
Oh,
is...
I've got 5 seconds.
Next speaker is Carmenita Helliger, followed by Crystal Perales.
That was fun.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, Council Members Springer, Schultz, and Frutos, esteemed school board members and administrators. I'm Carmenita Helliger, an 18-year resident of Burbank. The fact is, our schools are one of the main reasons people move here and continue to raise their families here. When someone is looking to buy a home, they look to see the grade of the schools, whether or not they have children, because great schools mean higher property taxes. Higher property values means more tax revenue. Unsupported, unsafe, and failing schools would change the trajectory of our city. In the past, there's been a lot of infighting and name-calling between some of our government officials. No one is working with each other. All that's being created is chaos and categories of who's good and who's bad, and that has to stop. Parents and students should not be scared to send their children to school. When you have an overworked city staff charged with keeping the city running and collecting enough tax revenue to afford us the comforts of a fire department, police department, paved streets, then they have been unable to bounce that up against other needs of the community. What should actually be put in place is a safe zone or a blue zone, where the city knows exactly where all of our schools are located. There should be a map in the city permit office and a digitized version, so whenever a permit is applied for, if it is in our school blue safe zone, then no gun, liquor, vaping, adult, or cannabis stores would ever be approved. Our school board should be the ones communicating with the permit office, since they are charged with keeping our children safe while on school property. Please start working together. Our children's futures depend on all of you.
Thank you. Next speaker, the last speaker I have is Crystal Perales. If there's any other speakers, please submit your yellow card to the city clerk. Go ahead, come on up. Pardon me? Crystal?
Yes.
Come on up.
Good evening, everybody. I am here on behalf of Esmeralda Hernandez, and I just want to thank, from her family and friends, thank you very much for the dedication you have given to her in honor of her name. And it's a blessing that her legacy and her memory can last in the community that she was born and raised in the city of Burbank. And it's just somewhere we can just really just go and visit closely and local in an area that she had built so many memories and mentored so many children in the Verdugo Park. So thank you very, very much from the bottom of my heart. And like she always would say, don't forget to smile. So thank you very much, guys.
Thank you for sharing that. So we've completed the in-person.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, we're ready to move now to the online calling.
Okay, please do.
Our first caller is Nadra Ostrom.
Good
Welcome.
evening, City Council members and board members. My name is Nadra Ostrom, and I am a resident of Burbank, the city of Burbank, and I have 2 school-age children in the Burbank Unified School System. And I'm calling tonight to speak about the safety plan. And as we all know, that shootings are a shameful reality of our life in this country. It's suicide, it's domestic violence, it's personal issues, mass shootings, they're all unacceptable. And the reason why I'm calling tonight is because I am imploring our leaders to seek solutions that are multifaceted, just like this issue is, and not default to emotional issues that might seem a simple way to solve this problem. We have a huge proliferation of guns in this city and in our country. I'd like leaders to work to slow that down, continue. I know our school district has in the past made communications about reminding families to lock up their guns properly. We need to continue to do that. If there's a way to institute buyback, we don't want any gun stores near our schools as well. And I'm also would like for our leaders to look at investing in the research that's and out there, and ways that we could, I don't know, maybe write grants to conduct more research, because there's a lot of data out there, and we need to make informed decisions. We'd like to make sure that responsible gun owners are held responsible if they're not doing what they're supposed to be doing. We want gun manufacturers to be held responsible, and we know that there's things that we can do to try to prevent shootings instead of sending everybody into a tizzy once a shooter is on campus. We want to make sure that our schools are not like prisons. We don't want our teachers and our students to work and try to study in fear. And I thank you for your time tonight. And again, I'm just asking for solutions that also include prevention, because again, once the shooter is on campus, it's already too late. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next caller is Melinda Amato.
Welcome.
Thank you for hosting this incredibly important meeting. Sunday morning around 5 a.m., I was awoken by the words, "Come outside with your hands up," being shouted from a helicopter. Imagine my surprise when I found out days later that the police had been called to the scene of a man who was drunk and firing his own weapon in his own yard. The police recovered 1 shotgun, 2 pistols, and 2 rifles, along with 10 expended cartridges. What if a stray bullet had killed the child sleeping in a crib next door? These are words I heard often in my previous neighborhood of Huntington Park before we moved to Burbank. We moved to Burbank to raise our family in a safer neighborhood and with better public schools than where my mom grew up when she immigrated to the U.S. from Mexico. Our children are looking to us for answers, asking us what we're going to do to prevent another massacre like Uvalde or Sandy Hook from happening in our own backyard. They're walking to school past gun stores and hearing stories on the news week after week of Burbank residents arrested for negligent handling of a firearm. It is imperative that we do everything in our power to create a safer environment for our kids to learn and live in, starting with passing a moratorium on new gun stores in Burbank. Thank you for your time, and thank you for evaluating all possible options to curb gun violence here at home.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Chris Castro.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Chris Castro. I'm on the Board of Building and Fire Code Appeals here in Burbank. And I just wanted to take a second to congratulate my niece Abby and the rest of the swim team on their terrific season. And also thank the City Council, the Board of Education, the Police Chief, and everybody else that works behind the scenes to make it possible for these kids to do what they do. So I know I can speak for the whole city that we're very, very, very proud of the hard work that you've done. And that's about it. Just let you guys so you're not there all night. Thank you guys again, and congratulations.
Thank you very much for making it brief. Any more speakers?
Mr. Mayor, that was our final caller, so it's safe to go ahead and close the public comment period.
Okay.
Thank you.
There being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from city council members, Board of Education members, city manager, superintendent, and the city attorney. Colleagues, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for what a great turnout this evening. Glad to see so many of you in person and those of you watching from home. Most of you called with regards to agenda items K1 or K2, so I'm going to save my response to your comments for those agenda items. But Mr. City Manager, I don't know if we have someone from community development here who can speak to this. We're joined tonight by the CEO of the Burbank Chamber of Commerce, who is expressing concerns about the issue at Raising Cane's, and specifically, she raised 2 issues. One was related to how that location came about, specifically whether a traffic study was required or not. She was also questioning what the city's response will be in managing the situation, and I'd like to have this opportunity for the public to hear a response to those questions.
Very briefly, since this is not on the
briefly,
agenda.
it's a brief response, but
Yeah, Mr. Mayor,
sometimes
if I could.
questions end up being longer than brief.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we know that we continue to face issues over at Raising Cane's. So a couple things that we're doing right now as fast as we can are related to permit parking on Reese and Orchard. We're looking at the speed humps as well there, in addition to cul-de-sac. So those are issues that we're doing right now. We actually sent out notices to the residents, notifying them of what we're trying to do. So those things are happening right now. What I was hoping to do was provide you a more thorough response next week, because I do not have someone from community development with me tonight, but we can certainly do that. We were going to report out on our progress next Tuesday night, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Is that good?
Yes, Mr.
Okay.
Mayor.
Well, we'll alternate between council and school board.
All right, with that being said, Mr. Fridner, would you like to?
As Mr. Schultz mentioned, most of the, first of all, I want to thank everyone for coming out and taking the time to come out and address the joint meeting. Most of the comments were in regards to the 2 items, so as he mentioned, we'll be discussing that further. I'll save further comments for that time.
Okay, council, anyone else? Vice Mayor? Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everybody to coming out and to our two sports teams that are doing really well this year. I wanted to thank Joel specifically for coming out. He normally alternates between the two meetings. Tonight he gets a 2-for-1, so he gets to be offensive double time to everybody. You know, it's funny. There's a lot of people in the city who are wildly popular as elected officials, and there's always a subset of folks who just get angry at those people for no reason. They've never met them personally, they've never hung out with them, but the fact that they're so popular, there always has to be a contrarian. And you know, it's funny, I really don't rub people the wrong way. I get along with even people who disagree with me politically. I've never hung out with a person who claims to absolutely despise me, and I would encourage anybody who dislikes me to actually sit down with me, have a cup of coffee, chat, and you'll find I'm a very likable person. Most people like me, even those who really hate my politics. So I encourage that for anybody. Thank you so much to the school board also as well today to coming out and sitting through some of the city's complaints. I know some of the complaints were very specific on our end. But you know, working collaboratively with this body moving forward is of the utmost importance to me. So thank you.
Dr. Aga-Khan, there we go. Dr. Aga-Khan, did you want to?
Yeah, just quickly, I do want to also concur what my colleague said about the items, but I do want to comment to one of the speakers about, you know, working together. I think it is important, and I've said this before, but I think we should have more of these meetings, not once a year, at least twice a year or even more if we can. I mean, we all know each other, but I think the topics that we're going to discuss tonight are very difficult topics that really require, you know, both the school district and the city coming together and finding solutions. And that includes every input from our members of our community. Thank you very much.
Thank you. City Council, Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you all for coming. And I know Tara had to leave with her child, but we do have the Burbank Advisory Council on Disabilities. Anybody can email me, springer@burbankca.gov, and I can put you in touch with the chair of that board. And the city of Burbank does have a commitment to universal design. It's in our legislative platform. And it's so that our city is accessible by people with varying degrees of disabilities and abilities. It is important we rely on input from our community on how to make it better and to improve accessibility. So we are committed to that. And there is, with BACOD, we call it BACOD, there is an emergency preparedness movement or seminar. It would be the second one that they've done. And I urge anybody to attend that. It will likely be Zoom. And again, my email is springer@burbankca.gov, and I can put you in touch. And Ms. Besson, thank you very much for bringing up domestic violence. And staff, can you please contact her about and update Ms. Besson on the Domestic Violence Task Force and where we are in that? Thank you. That's all I have right now.
Thank you. You want to go ahead?
School board, Dr. Weisberg?
Thank you. Thank you to all of our speakers, and it's nice to see some former students hanging out in the audience tonight. That's fantastic. Welcome to both of you. I spied you. To Ms. Waugh, thank you so much for your words. I was actually speaking with the superintendent today about ADA compliance and ways that we can improve that in all of our schools. We talked about something as simple as making sure that we have signage to let people know where our ramps are located. We are ADA compliant, but sometimes it might be hard to find. So I think that, you know, little things have big impact, and I think your point again about disability awareness and inclusion, diversity, equity, and inclusion is a large tent. And when we talk about it, as we've talked often at school board meetings, it includes race, ethnicity, neurodiversity, differently abled. I mean, it's it is not just one thing, and it is something that I think I can speak with confidence and say that we as school board members acknowledge constantly as we work to find ways to deepen the DEI work we're doing in school, that it is many things. So I appreciate you bringing that up again. It's an important reminder to us, and it's a point well taken. Thank you to Ms. Besson. I think your point about this being a citywide conversation and the way, and a mentality issue, the way that we interact with one another, the way that we raise our students and interact with our students is powerful and important. Thank you to everybody else, Ms. Takahashi, Ms. Heligar, Ms. Perales, Ms. Ostrom, Ms. Amato, for speaking up about the safety issues, which we'll talk more about in a little bit. And I usually have a policy of not responding to comments that in no way address what's best for our students, what's best for our staff, and what's best for our families. But I do think it's important to talk about why I choose not to stand for the pledge. And that's because I know there are students watching, and it's an important conversation to have. Now, when the cameras are off, I had a very different conversation with Mr. Schlossman about this that wasn't quite so fiery. But it makes me think of a James Baldwin quote where he says, "I love America more than any other country in the world, and exactly for this reason, I insist on the right to criticize her perpetually." My standing or not standing for the pledge, it was a difficult decision for me to make. I don't take the Pledge of Allegiance lightly. I don't think many of us do. I think often it's something we do by rote, and I don't want it to be. I want it to be something that I take seriously. And right now, at a time in this country where I feel like our government isn't standing for us, I choose not to stand for the pledge. But it is not because I don't respect the men and women who bravely serve, our police, our armed forces. I think it is because of the respect I have for them that I choose to sit when I don't feel that my standing is done in the genuine spirit in which it should be. And Mr. Schlossman is right. When I have conversations with my students, I teach 7th and 8th grade history. I talk with them about the fact that their decision to rise for the pledge is something that is personal, that needs to be made intentionally and thoughtfully and with awareness of our history. Our country was not founded by people who followed the pack. It was founded by people who made difficult choices. So that's absolutely true. I don't think that makes me hypocritical. I think that makes me a teacher, providing my students with information and helping them figure out informed choices that they're going to make in the future. So again, generally not inclined to respond to that kind of vitriol, but I do think, for any students listening, thoughtful, informed decision-making is really important, and I encourage everybody to engage in the practice.
Thank you very much. Brief responses to public comment, right? I'm just going to ask.
Sorry.
I want to ask
I didn't say it was
President
brief.
of the board, go ahead.
Well, I was going to say, we have one more tonight than you do, so I'm going to give
That's right.
Mr. Ferguson
Mr. Ferguson, that's right.
an opportunity to speak, and
Perfect.
then we'll go.
Okay.
Thank you, President Tabbitt, and thank you, Mayor, for allowing me to go and take this moment. Just very briefly, thank you to all of our speakers. First to Ms. Wall as well, we absolutely incorporate those with disabilities into our planning without a doubt. Clearly, we have some communication stuff to work on in terms of making sure that that's accessible for parents. So if we could just take a note of that and make sure that whether it's at the beginning of the year, we're going through that, I think that that's an important note, and again, helpful feedback. So again, thank you. Along with the efforts of Dr. Weisberg, really appreciate that, looking at ramps. And quite literally, for wheelchair users specifically, it may be good to get on school sites, frankly, and talk about the grade of ramps, whether or not those are working. There's several issues, obviously, with those managing mobility issues across the spectrum. So we really should be being thoughtful about this, being committed to kind of creative ways to understand the experience of both students and staff and parents who may be accessing our school sites. Elevator issues we've had historically. We work to remedy these relatively quickly once they come to our attention, but it's always good to connect. So thank you, and thank you for escalating. It's something we can certainly circle back on and communicate about. To everybody who came and spoke about the variety of issues related to safety, we'll discuss tonight, but I do I look at Mayor Telemontes, who we served on the Park Recreation Community Services Board almost 20 years ago. We've been talking about traffic around schools since I had hair. It remains an issue, but it also very quickly gets swept into, well, we do our best, it's a dense city, it's growing, et cetera. I think we obviously have to keep that agendized for conversations moving forward, referencing Dr. Agakanian's call for additional meetings. But I think school safety is now a recurring issue that is evolving monthly, that is evolving weekly, as new examples, frankly, get demonstrated for different shooters. And so we don't know what shooter will inspire what behavior and what tactics will inspire. And I think if we can be united today in saying that this is the beginning of a conversation and not the end of one, and that we can all collaborate to create safer environments and safer communities to deliver on that, then you know what? I support Dr. Agakanian's call for additional meetings, but more than anything, I think that it's something we can work together on and put points on the board so that this community knows that a small town like Burbank, a small big town, can be responsive and effective at combating this, especially when demographically our population looks more vulnerable than most. And we should be mindful of that. Lastly, I know the city manager referenced that Raising Cane's will be on a different agenda. Having said that, we are about to get back into school. And if you see that intersection at around 3 o'clock, I worry about our kiddos who are going to be crossing Olive like crazy. So to our council leaders, I appreciate you dealing with this because it's not easy. Having said that, we are T-minus 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks or so from school starting, and some sort of solution or workaround, even if it's a crossing guard, to ensure that those kiddos get across safely would be really appreciated, and thank you.
Thank you to my colleagues for their thoughts, and thank you to Mayor Telemontes. I think, as so many of the speakers said tonight, this meeting, joint meeting, is very important for us to work together going forward to create a safer, more accessible community in all areas. And it does. Sorry to be a cliche, but it does take a village, and here we are. And we need to work together, and I'm so profoundly glad for the opportunity. So thank you to the City Council extremely, for having us here. It's appreciated, and there is much to discuss tonight. There was, Tamala Takahashi brought up street safety, and it was at a joint meeting, if you remember, 4 or 5 years ago, 6 years ago, that we had a similar conversation. And from that conversation, I had brought forth an idea that then city manager Ron Brown, do I have his name right, I hope?
Ron Davis.
Ron Davis, thank you. Why do I do that every time?
Brown.
Don Brown.
Ron Davis.
Yes, Ron Davis, there you go. Really grabbed hold of and took off. And as a result of that meeting, now around our schools, every corner has a 4-way stop. There are 15-mile-an-hour zones around our schools, which when you slow down, it really does open up your vision and able to see and pay attention better. And I think that was a great beginning. And there's so much more that can come from these joint meetings, so many things that the speakers brought forth that hopefully we'll be able to work through at this meeting, with more meetings, whatever it takes. And heck, maybe we can even help with that Raising Cane's issue. You never know. So thank you very much for the opportunity. Thank you for everyone coming tonight. Thank you for also bringing our sports teams in and recognizing them tonight. That was truly a special moment and, a great opportunity for these kids that they'll remember that not only did they win a CIF championship, but they get to come down to the city council meeting and be recognized for their efforts. And I think that's really important. So thank you.
Thank you, thank you, my honor. I mean, I always, when I hear something, when I read in the paper, the boys' baseball team won the CIF, that's awesome. That's amazing. I played sports in high school and went into junior college and played football there as well. So I know what it takes to reach that level. The championship game at the CAF level, that's amazing. And then to come out a winner, like I mentioned earlier, that's even better. But, I've always acknowledged the students. I've been working with the school district for many years, even before I was on council. Many, many years I've been involved in the schools. Staffed the concession stand at the football games, right? Anyway, I digress. I'm sorry. That's not part of the comments. Once again, I want to thank everybody for coming tonight and joining us and sharing your concerns with us and seeing how we can move forward together. And we tried, for many years we've tried. There's been a couple of members from both sides that are just not willing to work. They're not willing to extend their hands and lock them together and let's get together and do it. That's unfortunate. But other than that, I look forward to, and I discussed this more frequent meetings with the city manager. It is just tough. The calendars for everybody to try and coordinate everybody's calendars, it's just so difficult. Doesn't mean we can't do it, but I think Dr. Agakanian, he wants like 4 or 5 meetings a year. But, to try and coordinate everybody's calendars.
I know, it's so nice. These meetings are so nice.
I got the feeling, Dr. Hill, that your school board.
Snacks at meetings.
But anyway, thank you very much, and we're going to have some information through the presentations coming up now. Thanks once again. Let me see. So we have 3 items on this evening's agenda. The first report is an update on the safe driving initiatives in Burbank. I welcome Burbank Police Chief Mike Albanese. Chief, welcome.
Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor. Directors. So I'm going to introduce Lieutenant Derek Green to talk about the program that we collaborated with BUSD. And sadly, the backstory is heartbreaking, and that goes back to August 3rd of last year. The following day, connected up with Superintendent Hill and a couple of the board members to discuss what we can do directly to influence proper driving in our young folks. So there was collaboration that took a little bit of time. So started in the summer. In the spring, Lieutenant Green is going to share with you the outcome. The bottom line is the conversation that we wanted the kids to have with parents, grandparents, friends, is that when you were growing up, did something bad happen as it relates to driving, and how did you work through it, and what can I do to be better as a driver and driving behavior? And there was a lot of heavy lifting to get to where we are, but I believe it was a good outcome, and Lieutenant Green is going to share with you the success of this program, and hopefully we'll continue moving forward.
Thank you, Chief. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, members of council, and the Board of Education, Superintendent Hill. My name is Derek Green. I am a lieutenant, currently assigned to oversee the Community Outreach and Personnel Services Bureau. As the Chief mentioned, in the spring of 2022, we launched a new program in partnership with the Burbank Unified School District to try to educate high school students in 9th grade on the importance of safe driving behavior. Safety on our roadways has always been a top priority for our police department. Having overseen the last 3 community surveys in Burbank from 2017, 19, and 21, traffic safety and traffic concerns have been at the top of the list in all 3 of those studies. We have always placed an emphasis on enforcement education, and engineering. Enforcement is exactly what it sounds like. Those are police officers that are out, high visibility patrols, enforcing traffic violations, being visible to control the speed of traffic. Education comes during some of those traffic stops. It's not just about issuing a citation, it's about explaining what the violation was, what the ramifications are if the driving behavior continues. The citation is simply a punitive to try to correct the behavior. Education also comes in the form of outreach, which is what my bureau does. And many times we want that education to begin at a young age. So why ninth graders? Ninth graders have yet to be licensed. They're not driving yet, and they are still teachable. We can still teach them, and we can ingrain the importance of safe driving behaviors before they get behind the wheel. So I wanted to provide some statistics to lay the framework for kind of how we develop this curriculum. According to the Transportation Safety Division of the CDC, motor vehicle crashes are the second leading cause of death for U.S. teens. More than 60% of drivers get their license before turning 18. In 2019 alone, nearly 2,400 teens ages 13 to 19 were killed in motor vehicle collisions. The most common risk factors were inexperience, not wearing seatbelts, distracted driving behaviors, speeding, and alcohol or drug use. So what we did is we did some research, and it took some time to put this curriculum together because we wanted to get it right. And we focused on these statistics and what topics we wanted to cover with the ninth grade students. We developed a curriculum that consisted of 3 separate modules on topics related to risk factors associated with teen driving. The content was taken from existing resources that are readily available by the California Department of Motor Vehicles, Office of Traffic Safety, and the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration. Now, having grown up through the Burbank Unified School District myself, I do remember driver's ed in high school. And if any of you took the same class I did, it was a video called Red Asphalt. And you saw gory scenes and photos, and that's what was supposed to teach you the importance of safe driving. So we did not want to take that approach. So we developed a more comprehensive program. And this program was taught by our school resource officer, Detective Dustin Rodriguez. And I will get into the presentation, or the PowerPoint portion, I should say. And do I just, where am I pointing this? Oh, you're doing it, okay, thank you. Sorry about that. Police commission, I do the whole thing, okay. Okay, so our goals were to educate soon-to-be licensed drivers on the dangers and consequences of unsafe driving behaviors and distractions. So soon-to-be licensed is the key component to this. We want to get to the ninth grade students before they're taking their driver's test, before they're getting in the car with mom or dad, before they're doing their behind-the-wheel training. We want to lay the foundation for what it's going to take to be a safe driver. We wanted to reinforce the responsibilities that accompany the privilege of driving, because a driver's license is a privilege. It's not a right. And obviously, we want to increase safety on our roadways. So some quick facts. The program was launched in the spring semester of 2022. It ran from March through April. This program was offered to ninth grade health students at Burroughs and Burbank high schools. Instruction consisted of lecture, discussion, question and answer periods, practical exercises, and demonstrations. Detective Rodriguez did an outstanding job of his manner of teaching was lighthearted and fun when it needed to be, but it was also subdued and serious when we were trying to drive those important points home. The 3 modules were taught over 3 separate weeks. 39 class periods were taught, spanning a total of 6 full days of classroom instruction. And over 1,300 students participated in this program. So the first module focused on introduction into the basic laws, the most common laws, red lights, stop signs, speed, all that. Driving permits and the process of obtaining a permit and their provisional driver's license. Also, the restrictions that come with a driver's license when you're still young. Things like you can't have somebody under the age of 25 in your vehicle after a certain time, or in the first 6 months of issuance. Understanding the rules of the road, the importance of wearing seatbelts, how to respond to emergency vehicles, and what to do if involved in a traffic collision. So this was kind of the module where we kind of got to know each other, really provided some introduction and introductory information to the students. But this is something the chief touched on, and this was a homework assignment that we concluded with. What we did was we assigned everybody an at-home dialogue, and some of the teachers actually went as far as to create a worksheet that needed to be filled out. And what the purpose of this homework assignment was to send the student home and encourage them to engage in a conversation with their parent, grandparent, guardian, role model, whoever, and have a conversation about a time when their parent or grandparent was affected by some type of tragedy or incident involving traffic. I know I have one, for those who have been around long enough and remember the name Shauna Schulman. Shauna Schulman was a girl in my class at Burroughs who was struck by a car at Olive and Parrish. It's the reason there's a traffic signal there now. There never was one before. That's an engineering change. But that was a big incident in this community in the mid-1990s. She was left blind and with permanent brain damage. I also had a friend that was killed on the 5 freeway on a rainy night. I won't mention her name. That was in 1998. And then 20 years later, as a young sergeant, I had to do a death notification for a girl who was killed in Palm Springs. And it was the sister of my classmate. And the parents had lost both daughters in 2 separate car accidents 20 years apart. So we have these stories. I'm sure you're sitting there thinking of a story yourself. These are the conversations we wanted. Although they're not fun conversations to have, they're important conversations. And they need to be had between parents and children before they get behind the wheel. And I'm happy to say that the majority of the students did participate and bring back a story, which takes us to Module 2. So Module 2, we kicked off by reviewing and having these discussions and having people share some of their stories. We didn't have time to get to all of them, but we certainly did share a few of the stories that some of the students brought back from home. We also got into distracted driving. Now, distracted driving, we broke that down into various distractions. It's not just using a cell phone. There's visual distraction, which is taking your eyes off the road, looking at a screen, a navigation screen, a radio station. There's manual distraction, which is actually taking your hands off the steering wheel to adjust the radio or read a text message or eating. I've seen people doing makeup in the mirror, in the rearview mirror. And then there's cognitive distraction, which is just anything that's taking your mind off the road. Could be a bad day at work. Could be thinking about, stuff you got to get done the next day, and you're not focused on the road. We also introduced driving under the influence and some of the laws that pertain to DUIs, the dangers, statistics, costs associated with the DUI arrest. We had some fun with the students in discussing the effects of alcohol and drugs. We allowed them to put on some DUI goggles that are provided by the CHP, which simulate being under the influence. We put them through a series of standardized field sobriety tests, just like we would in real life. Kids liked it so much that they actually stayed after class during lunch breaks to try the goggles and to do the tests with us. We also introduced a portable breath test, gave some of the kids Listerine to show how you can go from a 0 on up on a PBT machine. And then we discussed the DUI collisions, which unfortunately DUI is one of the leading causes of collisions and death that results from collisions. Now we'll go on to Module 3 here. So Module 3 was an important one because this is some of the biggest issues we've faced in our city, and not just our city, but surrounding cities. And that's reckless driving, excessive speed, unsafe driving behaviors, showing off, street racing, doing donuts, whatever you want to call it. These are unsafe driving behaviors, and it needs to stop. And we're trying to teach these kids that it needs to stop and why it needs to stop, because it's leading to serious injury and death. We provided laws, statistics, and facts regarding speed and stopping distances. We got into reckless driving and street racing, providing examples, laws, ramifications, impounds, because this doesn't hit the young driver in the pocketbook. It hits the parents that have to go and bail the car out of the tow yard at over $100 a day okay? And is that punitive? Yes, it is. But if we're not sending the message home, and that message isn't going from parent to driver to young driver, we're not doing our job. And we got into some other unsafe driving behaviors. You know, when you're young, we were all young, and you have young people in the car, and maybe you're the only one with a license, or your parents got you a brand new car for your birthday, you're driving beyond your means. You know, there's just a lot that comes into play. And we're trying to nip that. We're trying to encourage the safe driving behavior, responsible driving behavior by limiting the distractions, peer pressure. All of it has an effect and an impact. And then we finished with, obviously, a review of everything we covered over the 3 weeks and some closing remarks. So the future. So this was a pilot program. We felt that it was very successful. The feedback we got from the teachers that were involved was all positive. The students seemed to remain engaged. We were very concerned with our ability to engage the students and keep them interested. And Dustin Rodriguez did such a good job by keeping it fresh, keeping it fun, that we succeeded. And that was my biggest fear. When you're dealing with ninth graders, their attention span, we were concerned that after a few hours of this, it was going to get kind of dry for them. But we got nothing but good feedback. So we would like to obviously continue this program in the 22-23 school year. Within a couple of weeks of this, getting out and us announcing this program, we actually had calls from a couple of the private schools in Burbank asking how they can get involved or how they can get this. So this is definitely something that we're looking at expanding. Obviously, resources and staffing is a primary concern with that. And then we'd also like to look into the possibility down the road of like a part 2 that we follow up after these students actually get their license when they're juniors and seniors in high school, and kind of get into some other, now that you're licensed, what do we need to reinforce now as we send you off closer to becoming an adult. So definitely the chief had brought this to my attention when I transferred out of patrol, and I thought this was his vision, and I think that the police department and the school district did an outstanding job of pulling it off. Burroughs and Burbank were so accommodating with us, providing the space to put the class on, the equipment we needed. But thank you to the district, and that's about all I have. I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. That was my thinking. I've mentioned this several times in regards to, we really focus at the ninth grade level, right? Driver's training in the health component. But we forget them. We forget the kids. And my recommendation is to provide an hour or two of retraining. And just exactly what you mentioned is what I'm thinking, is what I've thought about for a couple years. The kids get it at ninth grade, but then they don't get any more information or education or, oh, by the way, once they leave school. I'd like to implement, and I guess it'd have to be with the school district because they'd have to agree to it if they got time in their curriculum, to maybe 1 or 2 hours of refresher. Now that you've been driving, like exactly what you said, you've been driving for 2 or 3 years. What else can we train them? What other education or can we put in their head so they remember once they graduate? But anyway, go ahead.
So, thank you, Chief Albanese and Lieutenant Green, for your work with this. Myself and Councilmember Schultz and Dr. Paramo had come to Chief about, after the accident, with the issue of unsafe driving in our community. And Councilmember Schultz and I have been working with a group in the community called Together We Can. And they've, you're shaking your head, yes. They're wonderful, and they're very vigilant in making our streets safer, and it's wonderful to be a part of their group and hear what they have to say. So after our meeting, this is what came about. And yes, I have also heard amazingly positive responses from our ninth grade health teachers, because that's who you're working with, our health classes. And it has been extraordinarily positive. One thing that we did, I really liked the idea of continuing it after they're licensed. And we have, the real focus would be, it'd be nice to have some kind of assembly prior to prom for the students, especially maybe juniors and seniors who might be going to prom or driving to prom. But we also have a senior week. So I think one high school did it before their prom, and the other high school had a speaker come in during senior week, which is the last week of school, because seniors take their finals earlier, and then the last week they're doing graduation rehearsals and different things, and they do some interesting activities. So that might be a focus at that time period, the last week of school, for the seniors, and talk about, the things you want to bring up now that you're licensed, responsible driving, et cetera. There was also we had a presentation, Dr. Paramo and I, and sorry, Councilmember Schultz, but from the Armenian National Committee about tying in, we're also an arts district, and we have amazing career technical education classes, especially video production and art. And so to tie into your 9th grade class, for those students to create a PSA, a public service announcement, or a poster that then hopefully our digital video production classes could process into something that could be shown on Channel 6. The posters from our art classes could be placed in your bus stop windows, et cetera. So hoping that we can grow with what we started and what you've accomplished with our students, and impact the community with the things that you've brought to our students. And so that would be something we could work on and talk about, Dr. Paramo. Thank you. And thank you for all you've done, really. It's been a great start, and we're excited about working with you and doing even more work. So thank you for wanting to do that.
President Abbott. I'll go after him. Yeah.
Let me rotate between council and
Absolutely.
school board members, if that's okay.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you, Lieutenant Green. I got my start working on these issues in 2001, when young people identified, hey, we need additional education. Hey, we need additional supports. I think it's fantastic that we are bringing this back in a more formalized way, that we've condensed it down to 3 sessions without a doubt. My approach is a little different. I think, just to be fair, and I'm not disagreeing with you, but generally just how we're doing awareness. I think, for instance, there was a few years ago, we brought a program called Challenge Day to Burbank. We've also brought every 15 minutes. That's probably more aligned with this conversation. And what tends to happen with these events is that you have these emotional moments where all the members of the campus community understand the issues related to drunk driving or bullying, you name it. And then the day happens, and then the next day comes, and there's nothing there to reinforce it. And so that feel-good moment that gives everybody the feeling like they're doing something about really complex issues occurs, and then nothing after that, and we still have issues. I would argue that, plenty of adults know the rules about doing makeup, for instance, or drinking, or smoking, or multitasking. We aren't prescribing them a refresher course, per se. We do ask them to renew their licenses, so that's a little bit different. But again, the approach is not the same. And I think that the way we do this and the way we reinforce messages is frankly to work together more effectively. So, for instance, students on campus who park on campus, we have their license plate numbers, we know what they do. If they exhibit poor driving behavior or unsafe driving behavior, that to me is a moment then to demonstrate to young people, hey, see that behavior that you did? That behavior was what we're talking about. Because I think with young people, it's not necessarily that they don't know or that they do know. It's when they are in the middle of doing it, it's the awareness at times. Now, again, that's not the flagrant issues. That's not the, cell phones, things like that. So to me, what I would really love to see is kind of as a step two, whether it's if you believe a follow-up is necessary, you are the professionals and you're seeing what's landing and what's not, and I respect that. But what I'd like to see more effort towards potentially is where we can align, not necessarily the full Schlossman, so to speak, and the offer of teachers writing tickets and things like that. No, but if there's a way we can create impacts that are mutual, that there may be a ticket, you may lose your ability to park on campus. To me, when unsafe driving is exhibited, especially around school sites, that to me is an ability to demonstrate for them and also to give them a pathway home that isn't impounding their car. Because oftentimes we know of families who lend their cars to their kids, that car then gets impounded, and then that family cannot get to work as a result of that car being impounded, and eventually it gets auctioned off. So this is, to me, I believe we are doing the initial right steps, but I do want to avoid the one-day feel-good moment. And again, we have casualties at this point to answer for, right? And so this is where I want to get beyond the grant-funded feel-good moments and get into the collaboration that allows us to educate students to where, when they are exhibiting this behavior, we do that. And I'm really thrilled to hear the Armenian National Committee is helpful and supportive, but the reality is that I have to say, we got to start talking to the dirt bikers and the off-road truckers as well, who have lifted trucks with kits. They are equally active and a part of the problem if you're looking on Glen Oaks and beyond. So I want to work, and I do believe, frankly, this is even door by door. If it's us printing a list of every student who gets a parking permit, and us writing a letter or visiting their house and having a conversation with parents about it, it may take that. And do we refine that over time? Sure, we can do that. But I think when it comes to the outreach, let's be creative. We know who the drivers are, at least as it relates to school sites, and that's a list we can start from. So to me, that's money well spent at the same time, not doing an event, but instead doing real outreach. That may give us feedback about what is needed and what's necessary. There's a lot of cruising on Glen Oaks, frankly, because there's nowhere to hang out and park after 10 o'clock. So if there's a designated place to park where you're not going to get potentially ticketed or ask questions, maybe that helps. I don't know. But that kind of information and that kind of feedback comes with initiating and engaging, not just teaching or talking at. And I think that we have the potential and the wherewithal and the department, frankly, that could do some of those creative solutions.
Yes, thank you very much for this program. And I have a suggestion. I think it would be important to encourage parents to be better role models, because often in the mornings during the race to work, 7:30 a.m. to 8 a.m., I see parents driving very young children to school, I assume, and they're speeding far above the speed limit, and they're also rolling through stop signs. They're not stopping. And that's not a good example to set for their children. And so by the time they're in 9th grade, they've kind of been taught that it's okay to roll through the stop sign. It's okay to go over the speed limit. And I think if we could make an impact on parents early, I think that might have a significant positive impact on driving behavior.
We couldn't agree with you more on that.
Thank you.
We've done, oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
Was it? We've done some talking also too about some grassroots programs at schools, morning before school, children with signs, remember to drive the speed limit. It's only 15, slow down, take your time, please don't double park. I mean, some grassroots kind of ideas. Not just a one and done, Mr. Ferguson, but on an ongoing basis, that the school sites could really get into. But you're right, there's got to be some creative, different experiences across the board. I really like that you were going to have a second part 2, for after they get their license. I thought that was a positive, great idea. And I think, yes, there's lots more we could be doing, and when we work together like this, it really opens up the door to present more ideas for things to take place. Oh, yes.
Thank you. A couple of questions, and I do very much like the idea of having a part two. One of the things, and I also, to Mr. Ferguson's point, and I don't know Ms. Cashman or Dr. Paramo, like how we do this, but I really like the idea of there being consequences as far as being able to park on campus, because I think that reinforces what they're learning. So if you're doing something, and again, I don't know what those things would be, but it is a privilege to be able to park on campus, the way it's a privilege to be able to go off campus to eat lunch. And so I think having those things that maybe, you know, when kids get their parking permits, they sign that and their parents sign it, and it says, look, if these infractions incur, you're going to lose the privilege of parking on campus. I think that's an important way for us to reinforce that doesn't then have larger consequences for the family, perhaps. The other thing I wondered about too is at the end of the class, do we do any sort of like exit survey is not the right word,
Right.
but so that because there could be topics the kids would like to explore that maybe that you haven't touched on in that first class, but could in the second.
So our main focus was to critique it from the teacher's perspective
Sure.
and get feedback from them, which we're actually still in the process of doing, what worked, what didn't. This kind of concluded right at the end of the school year in finals week, so people were busy, but that's something that we certainly could look into as far as pulling the students that actually participated. And maybe we left them with some unanswered questions or topics that we didn't cover that they're curious about.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's something that we should probably look at doing in the future.
It could be interesting. And I also think, to your point about expanding schools, Monterey, which is our third high school, even though we don't have ninth graders
Right.
there, that's another wonderful opportunity to reach a group of students. So, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Lieutenant Green, thank you for the presentation.
Welcome.
It wouldn't be a council meeting or a joint meeting if I didn't have some questions for you.
Sure.
So I hope you're ready. Now, Mr. City Attorney, I interpret the agenda item, update on safe driving initiatives in Burbank, to be beyond the scope of just this presentation, but let me know if you think I'm going off the rails. Lieutenant Green, I want to talk about, when we talk about safe roads, I subscribe to the theory, and I think you do as well, that we accomplish that by focusing on engineering streets that are safe for everyone, pedestrians, equestrians, folks driving vehicles. We accomplish it through enforcement of our traffic laws and through education. And I think that doesn't just apply to students in our schools, but to drivers that are out there every single day. So I want to ask you a couple things along those lines. The enforcement component, are you familiar with our discussion last year about Assembly Bill 43? That was the Assemblymember Laura Friedman's bill about reducing traffic speeds on roads in Burbank?
I am not.
Okay. I'll just make it more of a comment then to my colleagues. In our discussion last year, I believe it was in November, we talked about the impact of that bill, and my understanding is that at a future date, this council is going to have an opportunity to discuss streets in the city of Burbank that would be eligible for a 5-mile-an-hour speed reduction under that bill. And I think that that's a really important measure here to ensure that we're posting reasonable speed limits on our roads and not those that are simply met by what the average or 85th percentile driver is doing. I also just wanted to mention that in terms of engineering and enforcement, the council also has an agenda item coming back in the near future, I hope, for setting a Vision Zero strategic plan, which is a nice complement to our Complete Streets plan, but really focuses on how we maintain those safe streets that we're aspiring to. And I know Councilmember Springer has been a long-time proponent of that, and I look forward to having the conversation. Now, Lieutenant Green, finally a question for you. Can you tell me, are there laws on the books, whether state ordinance or otherwise, that apply to street racing or exhibition of speed? And it's a two-part question. I want to know, are there laws that penalize someone from doing that? And what about those who gather to watch events like that? Are there laws related to that?
Participating in, even if you're not the one behind the wheel, yes. Engaging in any type of street racing event, right, they could be held accountable as well, and especially if somebody is seriously injured or killed. And then back to the impounds, there are authorities that allow us to remove vehicles from the roadway that are involved in street racing activities. We can generally hold them up to 30 days, although more often than not, we'll have a conversation with the registered owner because it undoubtedly is usually the parent who owns the vehicle. We'll have a long conversation with them and ultimately release the vehicle back to them without the 30-day hold. But those authorities do allow us to hold those cars up to 30 days.
Thank you. Now, President Tabet, it was a real pleasure to work with you and Together We Can Burbank on the educational component. And thank you to the chief for really taking that discussion and putting it into reality. So, Lieutenant Green, my question is, in addition or as a complement to that educational course for students, are you aware of any efforts to sort of expand the educational component to the community at large? I recall that there was a discussion at one point about putting educational signs in some of the city's bus stop locations. I believe there was also discussion by a member of our police commission about a PSA in sponsorship with West Coast Customs. So could you speak to some of those initiatives?
Yes, so those are in the works. That is under the purview of our Traffic Bureau and Traffic Lieutenant John Fromer. Unfortunately, he could not be here tonight. The chief might have additional details on that, not right now? Okay. And water and power is also involved, yeah. So we kind of divided, when this all started to really ramp up and we saw the need to create this educational component, we kind of divided the workload. I kind of took this project on, and John Fromer is involved with the others. So yeah, we can get you that information. I don't have the details of what discussions have been had, but I know that that's underway.
Thank you. And I just wanted to close by circling back to the educational course that we're offering the students. So if you can give me sort of a day-by-day, as we're going through modules 1, 2, and 3, how much of the educational component is lecture-based, sitting and listening to a verbal or PowerPoint presentation versus experiential? For example, those DUI goggles that you were talking about.
Yeah, 50-50. So what you didn't see is the actual PowerPoints that were presented to the students. They were very interactive. They had videos, they had stuff that would engage a typical ninth grader that's 13, 14, 15 years old. Everything from news reports that showed tragic situations where people lost lives in collisions that were local. Okay, these are local news stories to show that it's happening right here. And then we even had some dash cam videos that were kind of, I hate to use the word entertaining, but the purpose was to keep it involved, keep them engaged, and keep it interactive and contemporary. So I would say 50% was lecture. That also includes the Q&A periods, and then the other 50% was breakouts and discussions and hands-on practical demonstrations, things like that.
Thank you. And lastly, you mentioned that there's a discussion about expanding the educational program to some of our private schools. Can you tell us which ones you're in conversation with? Which one would you hope to expand to?
So Providence High School is very interested at Buena Vista, over there on Buena Vista next to the hospital. They were the first ones to reach out and inquire about the program and see how they could also have us come out. So we're not opposed to that. Obviously, this was a test pilot program. We wanted to test drive it and see how it worked, how it looked, and we're going to continue to improve it as we move forward, and it's going to evolve like everything else. See what worked, see what we can improve, and see what we might be missing. Some of these suggestions you've all made tonight, how we can make it better. So we're going to look at that and see how we can expand this to next school year with additional schools.
Thank you, Lieutenant Green, and I just wanted to reiterate to those who came tonight to speak about this issue. While I can't speak for my colleagues, I know that we all of us up here care deeply about the safety of our streets and are tired of seeing the fatalities and the injuries. I know, Vice Mayor, you and I are pretty active on social media. I get an alert every single time that someone is hit by a vehicle or there's an impact in Burbank. It goes off multiple times a day. So I would just reiterate to the community that we hear you loud and clear. This is a priority. And I think that for all of us, both on the BUSD Board of Education and the Council, if we just keep thinking in those terms, engineering, education, and enforcement, and we just focus on those 3 E's and how we can synchronize by working together, I think we really can achieve it. So thank you for your efforts, Lieutenant.
Thank you.
Any other board members? Dr. Agakanian.
So if you were listening to the news today, you saw that the new $500 million bridge on the 6th was taken over by car racers. And one of them said it's a cultural thing. And to me, the discussion I want to have, and these trainings are wonderful. Actually, younger people are driving less nowadays. Technology, cost of gas, and, you know, to me, I always remind people, when we were in high school and you had a car, everyone wanted to be your friend, right? And if you notice, the younger drivers, they're all piling up now into the cars. And you can go see them hang out right here at above the garage, right by where the Crunch Gym is. They're all hanging around over there afterwards. Because, as my colleague said earlier, some of these younger individuals are bored. You know, my question is, first of all, as wonderful these programs are, you know, I can tell you, if you're speeding and there's a speed bump, it's going to slow you down. And my question is, have we looked at where these races are happening, and do we have speed bumps? Do we have signs that show how fast you're going? Because, as you said earlier, you know, going back to the parents, hitting them in a pocketbook. If these students are driving these fast cars, and even electric cars, remember, electric cars are very fast. They accelerate faster than even some of their traditional sports cars. If you've ever driven a Tesla, for example, you see how fast it accelerates. And it's quiet. And that itself has kind of become a case study on a lot of accidents happening because of the power of the acceleration. But if there is a bump, a speed bump, you're going to slow down. And I know we've placed some of them in some of our schools, and we've seen some results. That's to me, it's kind of a current approach. A future approach also, I think it will be to really for us to talk about public transportation. If we created a good public transportation system, we're not going to have to worry about this thing. Someone talked about riding bicycles. I used to live in Europe. You can go fast in the cities. You go fast on Autobahn, because that was designed for the purpose of that. And as my cousin always said, this is back in the days, she lives in France. They had the smart cars, and this is before it came to the US. And I said, aren't you worried about safety? And she said, when you're speeding above certain speed limit, it doesn't matter what car you drive, because if you get into an accident, unless you're driving an armored vehicle, you know. And I think, to me, it's, you know, looking at what we can do right now to stop this, these programs are wonderful, but you're talking about high school students here. And if I'm driving fast and I see a speed bump, that's going to slow me down. If I see that sign that says you're going fast, slow down. And a lot of new cars, by the way, they alert you when you're going above a certain speed limit. My question is, have we looked at these locations where they're happening? Because I don't see a speed bump on Glen Oaks. I see the sign now.
Right.
And
So-
that's my question. And then the second one is, what are we doing to create these better programs where already students who have lost interest in driving because of the reasons I said, how do we provide a public transportation system for them that's effective, so we don't have to have these conversations down the road?
Well, with respect to the speed bumps, I'm not the engineering expert, but we do have Edward Yu here tonight, who was going to answer questions related to engineering changes in the city. But it's not realistic to think that we can place speed bumps on Glen Oaks, because it does have a certain speed limit that would not allow for that. But what I can say is, we do routinely have or deploy our traffic radar trailers, which you'll see throughout the city. We do selective enforcement operations pretty much in some way, shape, or form daily. We do comprehensive reports that are disseminated within the organization that provide our high accident intersections. So yes, we do know where the problems are. We also take each and every complaint that we receive, whether it's a submission through the website or a phone call to our traffic bureau. We have a project log where we log those complaints, and we have to see those complaints through to a disposition. It gets assigned to somebody for follow-up, for investigation, whatever the case might be, and many of these are traffic complaints. Officers are assigned to these traffic complaints daily. They have to log their activity, their time spent in the location, whether it be speed near a school, whether it be pedestrians continuing to cross against red lights, you know, whatever the case might be. So these are ongoing efforts that we have when it comes to enforcement and education, because there's always an educational component. Of course. We also are very aggressive in applying for and receiving grant funding to support our selective enforcement initiatives. So DUI checkpoints. We just recently did a huge operation with Glendale PD, a joint operation which spanned the entire Glen Oaks corridor from the north Burbank city limit well into Glendale. And you can see the PSA that we put out on our YouTube channel. that encapsulates that and shows all of the statistics from that operation. So we are always trying to come up with new, contemporary, and innovative ways to respond to these concerns and these issues, and we rely on feedback from our community members. These complaints are important because they bring these issues to our attention. But as far as the traffic studies themselves and the engineering decisions, I'd be happy to turn it over to them to answer those questions.
Also, in a previous question, isn't it, if you're a reckless driver, legally you can compound, and you can take the car away from the driver, right?
Yes, there's certain criteria that needs to be met to demonstrate, to articulate the facts of why we deem this a reckless driving behavior or a street race or an exhibition of speed, which then gives us the authority to remove the vehicle.
Thank you. Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Can I cede my turn to Mr. Ferguson? I know he's got a quick thing.
We were alternating, that's why.
Oh. Mine's long.
Well, that's fine. We've got all night.
Your call.
The lights don't go off at a certain
you.
time, do they, Mr. City Manager?
Thank you.
Okay, good.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, the Vice Squad here, really appreciate it. So, thank you. Because we had, not to bring a different concept, but because we have driver's license, license plate numbers, do we have the ability, I don't know what interface you all use in your police cars. Do we have the ability to tag driver's licenses?
To tag them?
To tag them, to have, when you pull them up, for you to be able to identify that's a Burbank student?
No, not necessarily. I mean, we can obtain registration information from DMV records immediately.
Right.
We have automated license plate readers, but that is solely for wanton warrants attached to plates, stolen vehicles, felony vehicles, things of that nature. We don't have any type of notification system to let us know that it's a student behind the wheel.
Because there's a very fixed number of student cars, at least that we're going to be aware of, but that probably is a large portion, if not nearly all the students with vehicles. It may be interesting to share that data. It may be interesting to be able to, if you pull over a student, for instance, to be able to say, that matches with our database on the school district side, and that allows us to triage in a different way. It's something that I think is collaborative. It also allows, with school resources, for us to identify what potentially may be issues, for instance, and also as a result then deploy progressive discipline. If we're finding, for instance, that a student has a luxury race car, and that seems to be getting them, okay, then maybe we cease allowing them to park that specific vehicle at our school sites. So I think that there are just potentially where we could share data because we know who these drivers are, that we explore that, and then potentially bring some of the discipline maybe you would offer on campus to where we can make that stick in ways and apply in ways that may be a little bit.
From a law enforcement standpoint, I think we got to be real careful with something like that because I think we're teetering on like a profiling, scenario there where we're singling drivers who we may think are students out, and there are plenty of students out there that drive safely.
Sure.
And drive within their means.
To me, and thank you for your point, I'm not asking you to pull over students. I'm saying my Burbank prints out all the things you guys do via arrest records, you name it. And if we, and that basically just feeds a bunch of gossip around town, just to be frank. So if we could take that arrest data or that pullover data, and again, not encourage your officers to pull kids over because they're kids, but instead allow us to handle a little bit more of that intervention to where they don't just pay off. Again, if they're driving a $60,000 car, they can pay a $300 ticket. That stops the conversation. So to me, I'm just saying there's an opportunity for us to kind of backstop this a bit in ways that could support the long-term efforts to educate here.
What if we did it, would it work in your thought process to do it the opposite way? And kids, when they turn in an application for a parking spot, have to have a clean record. They can't have been pulled over. Is that a possibility, or is that, and then you're rewarding for positive behavior,
I think it's in that vein.
and then they
not
get
the
to keep it until they lose it.
Right.
But then we'd have license plates or driver's license numbers of kids who park in our lots.
Yeah.
Just, we could
Yeah, to me, mistakes happen, so I don't want to punish kids to oblivion. Having said that, I just think that there's areas here where we could be sharing information.
You know, real quick, nobody's mentioned parents. I mean, these are high school, right, and younger kids, 18 years. They've got to be included, not in only the education. They've got to be included before we take any disciplinary action against them.
In one of the meetings I had with the chief, he said to me that the most nervous day in his life was the day his daughter started driving. So, and that's what he said. So, you know, it's true. And I have young kids that are not even close to starting to drive, but it will get here, and it will be time. And I'm sure that, yeah, Mayor, it starts at home. It does. And it's how you're taught and how, you know, like you mentioned, the role model, the example you're setting behind the wheel. If mom or dad thinks it's okay to speed and drive recklessly and drive after drinking or whatever the case might be, then the children are going to think it's okay too. So, you know, I remember having discussions with my parents, and knock on wood, I never had any hiccups as a driver. But, you know, that was also a little bit of a different time. Cars are faster now. They're different technology. I mean, cars drive themselves. So, you know, everybody needs to adapt to the times, but these are conversations that need to start at home. We are only going to be able to do so much as a police department, and we are very, very proactive, believe me. We're always trying to come up with new ideas and YouTube videos and short clips and vignettes and Community Academy. We even, you know, engage the Community Academy with these types of topics. So Youth Academy, Police Explorers. So, but we need help. We need help from the parents at home.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for going out of turn. I appreciate that. It's amazing that you said, Lieutenant Green, that you've never had a hiccup with a car, because I'm going to say some pretty awkward stuff right now. I'm coming at this from a totally different perspective. I've totaled 4 cars before my 25th birthday, and I was a former street racer, and I drove.
Is it time for a
modified-
break?
Yeah, it's about time for a break. Take a back seat. I used to drive recklessly on a daily basis. I purchased a Honda Civic Del Sol, and I modified the hell out of it to the point where it was unrecognizable, and it was an amazing piece of machinery. But I didn't do that until I was 22, and in fact, I did it because my parents only let me drive the family minivan when I was younger. And I believe that the only reason I'm alive today is because I didn't get that car until I had been driving for over 6 years. Now, I don't know, the chief, what you bought your daughter when she started driving, but it probably wasn't the rocket on 4.
85 Toyota truck, stick shift.
There you go. There you go. I had
3 kids drove it. And
that's how it's done. That's how it's done. My parents were smart in giving me the family jalopy, and it, you know, it was a big car, so we piled a bunch of people in there, and it wouldn't go very fast at all. You know, when I got older, I said, no, when I get a car, it's going to be fast, and my God, it was fast. It was a dangerous thing for me to be on the road with that vehicle for many years. And in fact, I will tell you that all the kids I raced against knew the streets that you could go fast on.
Mm-hmm.
And I will tell you that infrastructure is the number one way to keep speeds down. Obviously, we need enforcement, yes, and obviously we need education. But if the streets didn't exist that we could speed on, you wouldn't have this speeding. And then one of the other components, and parents, I think, is a great example here. If we could do an outreach to the parents about not buying their kids a brand new automobile. I see so many teens who get access to a wonderful piece of machinery and just take off. And they do not have the years of experience under their belt to handle that type of machine. I am now, at the age of 41, a professional Uber and Lyft driver, and I've driven thousands and thousands and thousands of miles, more than any human ever should have to, and I am an incredible driver today. I was not back then. Allegedly. I haven't had an accident in 15 years, so I'm pretty good. But But I will tell you, the difference between now and then is like night and day. There's no way that the kids in high school who get these new automobiles and buying electric or any type of new machine, they're faster, they're stronger, they take off the line quicker, and they're included with all of these safety measures that the automobile companies sell to the parents and the people who buy this automobile, that it's safe, right? That it's totally safe. And that's a lie, because Dr. Agakonian said, once you hit a certain speed, it doesn't matter what you're driving, even unless you're in a tank, it's gonna be disastrous. And so I firmly believe that the major component to this that we're missing is reaching out to the parents. Now, separate from that, I think there's something to be said of keeping kids from driving in the first place. And if there's a way that we could get, if the city could work with the school district to get free bus passes to the students, to really open up the city in a way to these kids, maybe even like we have VIA that does short trips. If there's a way we could partner to offer those programs to the students, just so that a kid doesn't have to get behind the wheel, so they can turn to their parents and say, no, it's okay, I'm gonna ride my bike. We can do a used bike sale for the high schools. Something to where the mentality of a 16, 17, 18-year-old living in Burbank says, I don't need a car to participate in the daily activities of being a child, a teenager in the city of Burbank. I think if we tackle that, that's separate from all of this. If we were able to tackle that, if we were to work together and create that system, I think we would just see a lower number of kids on the road. They're already refusing to drive. Kids these days would rather be on their phone than behind the wheel, and since you can't do both, they're picking the phone. And so I think we need to encourage that. We need to say, no, you don't need a car. We will work with you. The last thing we need is an army of Constantine Anthony's behind the wheel at the age of 18. So anything we can do to prevent that, I'm all for it. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation, and I'll try and be brief because my colleagues, both on the board and the council, have really touched on a lot of great points already, and had great suggestions. Thank you. I really feel like this was really detailed. I like a lot of what you described in the course. I understand and appreciate and agree with targeting ninth graders. But I will say, one of the first things that popped into my head, and Mr. Ferguson brought it up, was Challenge Day. Because we had that program, and as someone who went through it a couple of times, it felt very impactful and moving. And by the end of the school year, even as the schools would try and reinforce the lessons, it was flowing away. So I'm glad to see, in the future, the refresher course, but I do believe, as has been pointed out, there's got to be other ways of follow-up and outreach to keep reinforcing the ideas, because otherwise what they learn here, by the time they get their license, will have, for many of them, will have faded away. I do agree with trying to offer alternatives, although I know the city had at one point a bus service for teens that just wasn't, I believe wasn't getting utilized enough, and that's why it was canceled. Maybe it's an idea, a bus service, the city bus service. Maybe it's time to look at that again, see if it's something that's more viable. But I'm sure you had data on that, why it was canceled. If kids, if students weren't using it, you just can't continue having something that no one is using. But I agree it's a great idea because, and I think it might have been Dr. Agakonian brought it up, more students, when I was 16, I had a late in the year birthday, my 16th birthday. My sister took me to DMV to get my driver's, to take the test, because all my friends had already had it on their 16th birthday. It was, you live for that day. Neither of my children got, I think my son, when he was 17, my daughter, I think, was almost 18 by the time she finally took her driving test. It's not as much an absolute right when they turn 16. So maybe there is, if there's more alternatives, maybe that's a route. I do believe it's got to be a multi-pronged approach. We're not gonna solve everything just by working with the teens. Having said that, I agree with there's got to be more adult outreach and more reaching the parents, because the tragedies that happen with teens are what we all remember, because it is so tragic when it happens to young lives. But they're not the only ones out there that making our streets unsafe. And I don't know if they're the main ones that are making streets unsafe. As someone who's lived across the street from one of our schools for over 20 years, and I know the police department's done a great job trying to do those kind of patrols, at the beginning of the day, the end of the day, to try to catch the parents who are running stop signs or not, or having their kids cross in the middle of the block, jump out of the car. There are a lot of parents and adults who just, need to be more educated on the laws and traffic laws. So I would love to see, you mentioned PSAs or the bus stops. And it's hard because, once people are driving, they don't necessarily they figure they know how to drive and they don't want to learn anymore. And you guys are the experts, so you know more about it than I do. But we need to be able to find different ways to reach that adult audience with education also. There've been a lot of suggestions about ways to approach this, and I don't know, obviously some of them just can't be done from a legal standpoint. I know if you get a speeding ticket now, you can often have an option of taking a class to get, instead of paying a fine. And, I know there's comedy school and things like that. Is there a way to possibly have something like that where instead, if there's different types of moving violations within the city, making it almost mandatory to take some kind of traffic safety class as opposed to,
Yeah, we
paying
used
a
to have
fine?
school safety courses that we would send violators to if they were under the age of 18. They were students. That went away a number of years ago. In fact, wow, I don't even know that it was around when I joined in 2004. But our juvenile bureau was running that, and we would send violators in lieu of a citation. They would go to a safety class that we hosted. Again, staffing, resources, budget, like so many of the things that
Right.
went away.
Yeah.
But yes, that we have done that before.
I'd love to see maybe trying to even expand that, and see if we can work that into not just juvenile offenders, drivers, but adults as well. If there's, because we have to find ways, communication, and I think it was Mr. Ferguson talked about, needing, communication. And that's the key to so many of these problems is trying to, and we've experienced those issues as you have as well, trying to reach the audience that really needs to be reached. There's probably far more safe drivers on the road than unsafe drivers. And the safe drivers are probably also the ones who will pay attention when you're trying to teach them about safe driving, and so there's got to be different ways to try and reach the ones that need the lessons more. So that I think we need to expand that and continue, tossing, ideas that might work. I also feel like, I think you're right, there's something about the parking passes, we've got to be able to utilize that a little bit. I don't know how we can do it in a way that doesn't get into bad territory, but it's a privilege to be able to park your car at school, and so there should be something, something tied to that maybe we can work on. Otherwise, I didn't want to take up that much time because everyone's talked a lot, so I'll leave it at that.
Let me just weigh in regards to one of the biggest factors with these programs. They come for a couple of 3 years, very impactful. I mean, I've attended several when it was being shown every 15 minutes, in front of Burbank High School, in front of Burroughs. It involved the police department, CHP, it involved the fire department. But what happens as the years go on in regards to there's not enough money to keep these programs alive. Year after year, the costs go up. And that's what happens. It's unfortunate that it comes down to money with such a topic that's so, obviously, so important for our community, our kids, but that's the reality of things. You know, who ends up paying for it? You know, a lot of great ideas, but at the end, you ask, so how are we gonna pay for this? Well, I don't know, you know, but let's go look for a grant. I've always been pushing for grants. If we can, you know, partner for applying for grants, that'll get us $100,000, $200,000, because $5,000 grant's not gonna do it. You know, I believe that every 15 minutes, it went up to about 40 or 50,000 a year.
The funding wasn't there.
Funding wasn't there, exactly. So, that's, you know, that's the reality of things. Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just had 2 points I want to make, and then I want to try something a little unconventional, because why not? With regards to involving our parents, Mr. Frittner, I couldn't agree more. You know, parents got to come to school at least once a year for parent-teacher conferences. Perhaps there's an opportunity to offer a pared-down version of this presentation, even 30 minutes, so that parents have at least just a snapshot of what their kids are learning, and they can reinforce that at home. Number two, Vice Mayor, you talked about a bus pass for students, and I think that that's a great idea, though I am aware of the history. Here's the issue that I think goes hand in hand with that. It works only if it works. And what I mean by that is it's a great idea to give them that pass to get on the bus, but the bus service has to actually take them places that they want to go. We have pretty decent service through Metro to get them, you know, out of Burbank and to North Hollywood, Pasadena, but our service in town is deficient, and that's a reality. So as a council, that's something that we have talked about, and we need to step it up. If there is a way to get conveniently and safely around different parts of Burbank, couple that with your idea of a pass, that's a winning solution. So I know it's getting late and we have a whole nother presentation, and I do not mean to cut conversation short. That's not my intent. But I had an agenda item I was going to raise under item 3, which is other business, but I think this would be a good time to do it. You know, we had a great meeting last year, and then Vice President Ferguson, to your point, my greatest fear is that we have all this momentum and it dies for lack of a follow-up. So what I think would not be too difficult to do would be to have our board president and vice president and the superintendent have a quarterly meeting with the mayor, the vice mayor, and the city manager to keep the conversation going about these issues like this issue tonight. So I know it hasn't, I don't know if it's been done before, but I think that's the kind of forward-thinking action that the community expects of us. So at this time, Mr. Mayor, with your permission, I'd like to make that motion and see if there's consensus from all of us up here to do that.
I'd be happy to second that motion, Councilmember Schultz.
Sure.
That's a great idea. It's 6 people as opposed to 10 or 15, a whole bunch. Finding a date would be a lot easier. It keeps the conversation going. It is proactive as opposed to reactive. I think that is an amazing idea. So there's my second.
Any further discussion?
Don't forget my suggestion, still having more than 2 meetings a year. All of us.
Well, 4 years.
Don't use that as an excuse.
I think this lends to that.
No, I'm done.
You
That was
know,
a joke.
you start with the smaller group to keep things going and have conversations, and then it's brought to the larger group. Maybe not, you know, but a second time during the
No,
year.
I
or
understand
something on
that.
those lines, but I think you're
I
on
was
the
being
right track,
funny.
sir. Oh,
And by the way, for the record, in high school, I
trying to
did
be
have, I
supportive.
had a Datsun with no reverse, 65 miles maximum speed. So maybe we should start a campaign, parents, buy your car, children, like.
Get a Datsun.
But the problem is that you can't even find used cars nowadays anymore.
I had a Corvair with no reverse.
Oh,
There you go.
There you go, 3-speed.
Anyway, Mr. City Attorney or Mr. City Manager?
I just had one clarification. The committee's sole purpose is related to this topic, correct? Is that
That
the motion?
was the intent of the
Okay.
motion, and I can resurrect the motion on the next agenda item as well.
Okay.
So should we? all
Just a
those-
point of order on this, Mr. City Attorney, can we move forward with this from a motion from one body and a second from the other body? Is that,
Oh,
I mean, just,
Both bodies are here as a quorum.
Okay, all right.
This is not a binding enactment that has to be done by only one, so you're simply agreeing to meet.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz, just to, I'm sorry.
Go ahead. Sure.
Well, I think this is a good idea, but as we were talking about school shootings, issues evolve and the need to communicate about multiple issues pop up. So piggybacking on that, so not just about this issue, but we meet quarterly. The president, the vice president of the board, the mayor and the vice mayor, whoever that may be, with the city manager and the superintendent.
Mr. Mayor,
Broadly.
if I
Go
may
ahead.
this one?
Yeah.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Ferguson. I agree, and I think the way I envision it working is that, Dr. Agakanian, to your point, I don't think that it should replace the yearly meeting between our two bodies. I think it's a supplement to that. And the hope would be, I would, and I know our mayor and vice mayor will, report back to the body to tell the entire council about the product of those meetings, and I'm sure the same will be of the board. So thank you for the clarification, sir.
No, Mr. City Manager, that was a question you had, if it was just pertaining to this one topic, a presentation, or are we gonna?
So this is agendized as one topic,
Right.
So-
safe driving, so you're limited to that one topic. And if there's a different motion on a different topic tonight, when it's appropriate, then that's
When
fine.
it's appropriate.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I think that's what you had said, you were going to bring it up
I-
under number 3.
But we're not on the other topic.
Yes.
That's
So
true.
just,
When we
you've
get
had a lot
there,
of latitude,
Councilmember
but
Schultz.
we do need to follow some rules.
Yes.
When we get there, you can bring it up, all right?
Yeah, Councilmember Schultz, would you want to delay that motion until topic agenda
Yeah, he
number
is,
3?
he
All right,
is.
okay.
Yeah, I'll table it for now, and I'll resurrect it under 3, but I just want to be clear, my intent will be that these two items we're discussing tonight
At
will
the
be...
time
Yes.
you bring it up, we can discuss further, okay, what you really mean.
Understood, Mr. Mayor.
What you really mean, not right now.
Or we can go back to my original idea, quarterly meetings. We don't have to worry about all these topics, right?
Yes.
Mr. Mayor, if I could, Mr.
Wait a
C-
minute, is the second willing to do that as well?
Yes, I am
Okay,
fine with
all right, good.
Thank you. As it pertains to this Got Wheels program that I've never heard of, Mr. City Manager, is it possible, I know we're looking at difficulty funding the senior and disabled transit. Could we ask the Transportation Commission to agendize a discussion on this Got Wheels as it pertains to possibly pairing it up with the senior disabled transit? Is that something?
Not
we
under
can ask
this
for?
agenda item.
No? Okay, all right.
You'd have to
thank
bring
you.
that back at a separate discussion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Wait to be very cooperative and mindful of the discussion topics. Any other comments, concerns? Can we, this is, the recommendation is receive and report. Okay? All right, so let's move on to the second report, is an update on school safety resources and protocols in Burbank. I welcome Burbank Unified School District Superintendent Matt Hill to present the report. Mr. Hill, welcome. Oh, Dr. Hill, I'm sorry. Dr. Hill, welcome.
Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, board members, staff, and community. Following up on the last topic, we wanted to highlight how the city, the police department, and the school district are partnering together around school safety. First of all, I want to just thank Chief Albanese and his team. It's been a just ongoing partnership where we're constantly meeting and refining our practices and policies and procedures so that if an incident happens, we are prepared. But this presentation, I'll do a high-level overview to open up dialogue between City Council and the board members. But it really is around three main key areas. And the first is around how do we do proactive prevention? Second is really around proactive preparation. And then third is to make sure we have our plans and a response ready to go. I'm just going to highlight some of the key things that we constantly look at as a school district in partnership with the city and the police department. Number one is around that prevention. And that is really making sure that the key message that we need to reinforce, and we're seeing that on reports when we see these mass shootings, especially at school sites, that if you see something, you have to say something. You have to have the connection with students. If you see a student experiencing behaviors that we are concerned about, say something. And we have resources. Here in Burbank, we have an amazing partnership between the city, the school district, and Burbank Family Service Agency. We have school counseling at every single one of our schools. Each organization works together in tandem to make sure that we're aligned. We've expanded that relationship over the years. We have student care centers where students can walk in and get the support. So as adults on campus, students on campus, we need to refer anybody to those services that are available to our students. As we look at the additional supports that we have, if we have more concerns, sometimes we have students that have higher concerns, we reach out to Burbank Police Department and the mental health unit. I know there's going to be more details later from Captain Cornelius. We can really talk about how do we intervene. As you go to that next scale of concern, there's also a threat assessment team that's here in Burbank that coordinates, and if we have flags that we need to identify, as a school district, our web filtering software can alert for if kids are typing words about suicide or guns or others. We get alerts and we can deploy our psychologists, FSA, the MET team to work with them. And we also partner with the LA County Department of Public Health through their START team, and that's really the school threat assessment team. All of these resources are available. It's in addition to just having those positive relationships with students on campus. And we have a program that we've been rolling out, Positive Behavior Intervention Supports, PBIS. That's another element program supports that we have for students. I want to give some of those highlights of this is what we do to make sure, number one, that you have proactive prevention on our school campuses. Time and time again, we see that when students are not connected with a caring adult or caring colleagues, other students, that's when we see these behaviors sometimes happen. The second is preparation. We need to make sure, we heard earlier that this is a multi-pronged approach. It takes a whole community effort, it's collaboration. We are constantly looking at our plans. To the first speaker this evening, Tara, is that we want to welcome everyone to our school safety planning committees. We have those committees annually. I like the suggestion of making sure that we're promoting those, getting involvement, so we have different perspectives on that. And also being part of the school site council meetings. We take that to the school board annually, and we looked at those. We look at what are the drills that we're doing each year. Are we looking at our facilities? We're making sure that the training is in place. We have a great partnership with Burbank Police Department where we're pre-COVID, we were doing active shooting training with all of our staff so that they were prepared with that. We've had conversations with the chief and our team that we're going to reinstitute that this fall to make sure that those are in place again. We also convened a communications committee around how do you communicate if something does happen on a campus. What are our response teams? What are those protocols so that the message gets out? And then as a school community, we're also looking at what are those prevention activities we can do. So all of our school sites have a camera with a buzzer that you can get buzzed into our campus. We have that one point of entrance as we are doing. As we saw in the Uvalde report, we need to make sure that our due diligence is there because we know that you need to be buzzed in, but we are that small community that is focused here in Burbank, but it's also, we get relaxed. And what we saw with the Uvalde report and others, you have to make sure that we're following a protocol, that you are getting buzzed in, you're checking in. We are using a Raptor system that does a background check as visitors go there. But sometimes we open that door and we let people in. So we need to reinforce those practices and protocols that we do need to be cautious and we do need to be aware. In addition, we're looking, especially at our high schools, for adding additional security cameras on our campuses. We've expanded some of the Burbank High. We're starting to do that at John Burroughs as well. We're looking for grants and other funding that we can expand more proactive cameras. One, people know that we have cameras watching, but two, that can also find out if we have other things like vandalism on our campuses as well. Through our bond, our measure as bond, we've been upgrading fencing at each of our school sites as well, and we're looking at different locks that we can put on our schools. We've piloted some locking, and that's something we're going to do in our next phase of the bond project of saying what is the latest lock technology for our school classrooms that we can implement. And then finally is just the continued response plan that we have at Burbank Police Department, making sure that we have those protocols in place, that we're constantly collaborating and meeting together to see what those responses are. I'm going to allow Captain Cornelius to be able to give more details on that.
Thank you, Dr. Hill.
Good evening, members of the council, mayor, members of the school board. My name is Adam Cornels. I'm the patrol division captain for the Burbank Police Department. I have a presentation that should be coming up here shortly, and we'll see how we do. Technology, there we go. So I was asked to come tonight to give a presentation about response protocols and school safety. This is a very broad topic. I'm going to try and narrow it down to some essential areas, and then I'll touch on any questions you may have following that. All right, there we go. So, like I said, I'm responsible for overseeing our patrol division. The Patrol Bureau is the biggest operation in the department. We are a 24/7 operation. We never close. We're here weekends, nights, and holidays. We're responsible for proactive patrols in the neighborhoods around the schools. We also manage calls for service for everywhere in the city. We're the first responder on calls for service at the schools as well, because when they call, generally speaking, it's going to be a patrol officer who's going to be the first on scene. The beat officers know the schools in their beats. There's an expectation from the chief to me down to their line level command staff that they are checking on their schools in their beats every shift, and that they're documenting that. We also conduct specific area checks or extra patrols based on information that we may have received or requests from the campuses. A common one that we're going to be seeing in the next couple of weeks is for extra patrols around the schools for drop-off and pickup times because of some parental driving behavior that was mentioned earlier. Beyond that, in the patrol division also, we have our traffic bureau. This is going to be our motorcycle officers, our traffic car, and our parking control officers. Very similar to the way we arrange our beats in patrol. They are assigned sectors of the city, and they are responsible for the schools in their sector. They, at the start of the school year, one of our plans is to have enhanced presence there. The traffic officers are going to go to the schools, introduce themselves to the staff there, make sure they're giving them directed enforcement and education opportunities and presence while the schools are in the middle of drop-off and pickup during the school day. We're also going to be adjusting their standard schedule so that we're getting better coverage leaning towards these school time hours during that time. Okay. So the patrol division itself has overall responsibility for the entire city. Last year, we managed just short of 83,000 incidents. 39,000 of those were calls for service. So we have a very broad responsibility, but the department does have a unit that is directed specifically towards the schools, and that's our school resource officers. They are assigned to the juvenile detail as part of our detective bureau, and they are the first point of contact and direct liaison to the school district on day-to-day matters or matters of concern. Our school resource officers have investigative responsibilities for investigating the initial crime reports of crimes reported on campus, for investigating suspected child abuse reports. These are typically coming from mandated reporters, either in the schools, in the hospitals, through therapists, or through DCFS. They're also there to investigate criminal threats. Something we see a lot now is provocative postings on social media that create concerns. And so oftentimes they're going to be our first point of contact and clearinghouse for beginning those investigations. Just as a footnote, each year our SROs manage about 250 SCAR reports, the suspected child abuse reports, and they're either closing those out or referring them on for further criminal investigation or for social service contacts through DCFS. School resource officers are also part of the safety program, which is a threat assessment program that was started between the Burbank School District and the police department in collaboration with our MET team, so that they're bringing mental health resources to concerning behavior or concerning posts or issues where the district is reporting to us that they believe they may have a student who's undergoing a crisis or some mental health issues. During that time, they've been around for about 3 years. That group has been working together. They've done over 30 assessments since the foundation. The vast majority of those lead to connection with other social services, connections for the family, because they're an important part of this, the parents and the family at home, to have some services to wrap around and work with the kid at home. In total, we've only had 3 arrests made out of that, and those were very provocative. They were criminal threat cases where we had students with kill lists and named victims. So there was a need to take direct action. That was immediate, that couldn't wait. But overall, their fundamental goal is to get the child connected up with services that they need to to move forward and to succeed. So Dr. Hill touched on our mental health team and their work with the schools. The mental health team is a co-response model. We have a police officer who's paired up with a mental health clinician. They also have an analyst that works with them. They have specialized training and experience for managing students and people in general who are having mental health crises. Any of our officers, any day of the week, we're being called on to engage with folks with mental health issues. The true success of the MET team is in the case management and follow-up services. Because in patrol, we deal with individuals on a daily basis who are in crisis. We manage that crisis and that incident. We move on, and we may never see that person again. The strength of this program is, I almost call the MET team our mental health detectives, because they get that case referred up to them, and then they will take on ongoing case management to work with that person and make sure they're getting the services they need, make sure the family's getting resources they need, and that we're following on. We're not just touching this person once and then moving on. And that's the case at the schools too. MET also has the ability to conduct detentions for medical evaluations, much like any officer. If they are speaking to a student who is voicing ideations that indicate they have a mental health problem and that they are a threat to themselves or to somebody else, the MET team has the authority to detain that person, take them somewhere for medical evaluation. Again, the strength of the MET team is in their connections and their ability to work within the system to find the right place for the person at the time. If you get a patrol officer response at 3 o'clock in the morning out on the street corner, we probably only have one option, which is a county hospital. And that may not be the best option for everybody. The MET team has the ability to, and the connections to navigate that system and find the right fit. And they've had a lot of success with that in the schools as well. So I spent some time talking about things we want to do to prevent and to intervene and prevent things from happening, but I also have a responsibility to make sure that our folks are prepared to respond when a tragic incident occurs. So I want to talk a little bit about equipment and training. Pardon me as I adjust my mask here. First thing I want to talk about is site plans. If you see up there, we have a map of one of the schools. So we have digital site plans of every facility in the school district. These are maps, the streets, building numbers, classroom numbers, infrastructure in the school that we need to know about. That's digitized, that's in our computer network. Anybody on our network has access to them. So our watch commander, our communications center, our command post, the cars in the field, the officers have the ability to download that to their phones so that in the moment of crisis, we can orient ourselves quickly to what's happening. When somebody's telling us, I'm in building 2, room 205, that's probably very specific for the people who are on that campus, but for the individual officers responding, we may not know exactly where that is. Now we do. We have keys to all the BUSD facilities. Our SROs maintain a up-to-date inventory of those so that in a crisis moment, we're not going to be hunting around and waiting for somebody to bring us keys. Medical kits, it's industry standard, it's state standard that all our officers are trained and equipped with trauma kits so that we can address traumatic injuries. We're thinking things, gunshots, severe knife wounds, major injuries from car accidents. So each of our officers are individually trained and equipped with one. We have larger kits in our vehicles. We're expanding that annually to include more vehicles so that we have more presence out in the field. We've also pre-staged larger medical supply kits on site at campuses. This is following the Parkland shooting and the Sauga shooting. We realized that we would be well served to have medical supplies available at the school sites. We started off with 2, one at each high school. That's expanded to include the middle schools. We're going to expand that as we move on. But the basic idea being that we don't expect school staff to start treating gunshot wounds. But if we're there, once we've had a chance to make the scene safe, we can go to work right away. So in those golden minutes of the crisis, we can start saving lives right away and not have to wait to bring in fire department and other resources. We can start to work right now. I mentioned emerging technology, and I might steal a little bit of the chief's thunder here, but I'm sure he'll be okay with it. We're always looking for new options, new technology that can help us do our job better, help us respond more effectively. And one of the things that's come up is a program called GunSense, basically being a gunshot detection and reporting system. This is in the very early phases of development. The company that reached out to us is looking at conducting an alpha test, which I'm not a tech guy, but that's even before the beta test, which is all I hear about. So they're very early in the phases there, but they're looking to do a proof of concept. They have an idea of what they want to do. They're looking to prove that it actually works. So we're going to be working with them to have them come out to one of our training days, and we're going to put the system through its paces and see how it does. So we're always looking for something new, something that could help us do better. So talking about equipment, I'm going to move on to training. We have a history of partnership with the school district in training. It's an opportunity for us to coordinate with each other, understand each other's capabilities and expectations, talk about our perspectives, and just bottom line, continuously improve how we work together. COVID threw a monkey wrench into our live training practices over the last couple of years. We're navigating that. We've been working through it. I thought we had reached a spot where we would be able to move forward on our old system, but it looks like we're back. But we'll work through it. We start this off with annual district meetings. The chief, command staff, we meet with the superintendent and his principal and district staff at the start of every school year. We talk about expectations, we talk about response protocols. The most valuable part of that is we meet face-to-face, we exchange contact information. So when there's a need, Dr. Hill can call Adam, and vice versa. We don't have to navigate our respective bureaucracies to try and find each other. So we've got that direct connection and we work together. We also do presentations to district staff on active shooter response. We do them district-wide, typically during district-wide training sessions. Usually we're touching on principal and administrative staff, and then we do outreach at direct locations. The high schools individually, the middle schools individually, and packets of elementary schools that are in geographic proximity to each other. These are not sessions of us dictating BUSD policies. Mostly this is conversational. We're talking about our response protocols, giving the school district their chance to talk about their protocols, see if there's any gaps there, see if there's anything where we're not married up, and then talk about responses and what to expect. Usually includes some sort of tabletop exercises also so that we're putting people through the what-if scenarios and discussing how they would manage the situation and what we would do. On-site training, this is big for us. We like to capitalize on the times when school is out of session and use your campuses so that we can get training there. We do department-wide training for all of our officers in directed training sessions, usually on an annual basis for active shooter response. We do that on campus, or whatever campus is available. And what that does is it gets us out of our usual environment, gets us out of our comfort zone, and it gives us a chance to be on the ground, walking the campus, going through the lesser traveled areas, and being familiar with it before we're responding to an emergency there. And that's invaluable. There's nothing better than actually having walked through the facility and being intimately familiar with it before we have to go there with lights and sirens on. We also do use our SWAT team. They're on the campuses more often than even just the regular department training. They do frequent active shooter training and other training on the sites. There's value in that too, because our SWAT team is a part-time team. It's a collateral duty. So our folks coming from patrol and detectives who are on the team, they're going to be the first people on scene when some of these calls are going out. They're in patrol, they're working the detective bureau, they're going to be the first responders before anybody else gets there. We also recognize that we don't do this by ourselves. We work frequently with the fire department. We're training with them constantly to make sure that we're working together, make sure that our understanding and our capabilities are on the same page, and that we have everything together. We also work with our mutual aid partners. So we're part of a mutual aid area in the county that includes most of the western part of the San Gabriel Valley. We exercise with them frequently. We're out at their campuses doing this training. They come to our campuses to do this training. Right before we got sidelined by COVID, We had a 3-day training course and exercise at Burbank High for mutual aid, police, and fire from our area, and it was very successful. It was a great opportunity for us to work together, work out any kinks in a multi-jurisdictional response, and it also gave everybody a look at Burbank High. So when the day comes where they need to respond, a lot of those folks have already been here. Our training on this topic, particularly in the area of active shooters, which I know is at the forefront of everybody's mind, it is comprehensive, it's ongoing, we never stop. You're never going to see me come before you and say, July 19th, 2022, we did it, we've succeeded, we're done, we know everything we need to know, we've got it. That's never going to happen. So we keep doing this. It is a constant training cycle, it never stops. We're always looking to exercise ourselves and find areas to improve. Beyond just the formal training exercises, this is ingrained in our department culture. It's part of our roll call trainings. So every day before the shifts go out to go on duty, they have roll call. 20 to 30 minutes where they're all in the room. They can talk about what's going on in the city, topics that are of concern, areas for extra patrol, that sort of thing. We capitalize on that to do training in that environment too. Tabletop exercises, debriefs of things that have happened here or in current events, lessons learned, equipment or training that we think we might need to do better. So just to give you a snapshot of what we're doing, what we've done leading up to the coming school year. Last week we did patrol response exercises. So what this was is we got the authority to use Burroughs campus. They allowed us on campus. We put our SWAT team on there. They set up a series of active shooter exercises. These were unannounced. We did a cold call into dispatch, told them, send us some units over to meet the team at Burroughs High School. We'll let them know what they're doing when they get there. They showed up, were told to gear down, given training equipment, told you're in a training exercise, here's your scenario, go. Because we wanted to put people on the spot and make sure that when it comes down to it, that the things that we're training, that the expectations that I have, that my chief has, that you and the community have, that we're gonna meet those expectations. We did those on Monday, did those on Friday. In any sort of tactical situation, there's always areas where I look at and I say we could fine tune this, we could do this better. What I will say is the biggest point for me, what I wanted to see and that I saw, our officers did not hesitate, they did not delay, they went direct to the threat and they neutralized it. And that's what I want to see. And that was consistent through everybody we did. So I feel comfortable standing in front of you and telling you that our patrol folks, the people who are going to be there, are prepared. Following up on that, taking some of the lessons we learned from those exercises, in the end of July, first part of August, we're going to be doing department-wide, again, directed training at a separate campus, a week of one-day courses for all of our personnel, just to fine-tune this before we hit the next school year, so that we're sure that everybody is sharp, that we've exercised our equipment, exercised our training, and corrected anything that we think needs work. So the final thing I'm going to touch on before I take questions is the elephant in the room. And for me, that's Uvalde. This is at the forefront of everybody's mind. Drives a lot of discussion. It's driving a lot of concerns. I understand that, and so I want to talk about it. I had to do a Google check at the suggestion of my chief. It's 1,300 driving miles from Burbank to Uvalde. So some may ask, what does that incident have to do with us? And my answer is, nobody knows all the facts about what happened. The specifics are coming out, but it's still evolving. But I don't have to know all the facts to know that there were failures there. We failed. When I say we, I don't mean the Burbank Police Department. I mean law enforcement in general. And these kind of failures bother me because they stain everybody who wears a uniform. So it creates doubt about our capabilities and what we can do. It creates distrust, creates fear. So I need to address that. I feel compelled that I have to address that with you. When I look at some things to compare, I look at equipment. I've seen the photos, I've seen some of the videos. They appear to be modern, contemporarily equipped. They had the stuff, they had the tools to do the job, much like we do. I talk about training. By all accounts, there had been recent active shooter training in that area, much like what we do. We have the difference I see is gonna be a difference in mindset. We have a saying, you have to have the skill and you have to have the will to make things happen. And what appears to have been the lack is in the will to do it, or the control to make it happen. I'm going to compare and contrast the Burbank Police Department with another agency. I don't like to throw stones from 1,300 miles away. But what I'm going to say is myself, my chief, other members of my department, we have trained all across the country. This includes areas in the rural South where you are dealing with very small agencies, a lot of jurisdictional confusion and friction when there's a major incident. And I think the expectations are probably very different for a day-to-day activity there. If you look at a school district police department that has 6 officers by all account, the expectation and the operational tempo from day to day is probably very different than it is here. I'm going to imagine that you could be a 20-year career officer there, rise to the rank of chief, and never manage a critical incident. Because it's just, there's not that expectation. Those things just don't happen there. Burbank isn't the busiest city in LA County, but we are part of the greater Los Angeles area. Our people are being tested every day. They are handling field emergencies daily, multiple times a day, and critical incidents on a regular basis. So our folks are being tested. They're being put through that process every single day. It creates a different mindset than just kind of a showing up and just keeping the lid on things. If you've never been faced with making a life or death decision under pressure, with limited information, with a time constraint, and you get put into that situation, and you have a history of kind of low expectations of performance and low energy, you're going to be very challenged to successfully resolve that. And I think that became apparent. We take our oath here very seriously. We have a culture of being proactive, a culture of driving initiative down to the lowest level so that officers and sergeants are comfortable taking direct action to manage an incident. And we expect that. We debrief incidents. We work through any issues we may have in training. We affirm high performance, and we correct deficiencies. From the line officers up, everybody has an understanding of what the priorities are at an incident like this and what the expectations are. That was affirmed in the exercises we did. If you were to unplug the Uvalde incident and drop it into Burbank, you would see a very different response. It would be much more dynamic. It would be much more aggressive. We're not going to hesitate. We're not going to delay. We're going to take immediate action to stop that threat. We're going to take immediate action to stop that person who's murdering children. So an incident like that is going to be a bad day. There is no good outcome once that incident starts, but I want to assure you that we're going to directly move to that and stop the killing. We're not going to hesitate. And that is our response protocol. And that's understood from the top down. So on that note, I've covered everything that I had to bring up. I'll be happy to field any questions.
Captain, thank you very much for that report. Obviously very detailed, and like you said, there's questions in the community, and I believe you've answered the majority of them to the best of your ability in regards to what Burbank Police Department is trained to do, and as far as it comes with the school district training and getting to know the different school sites. That's always obviously very, very important to know what's behind those fences, right, behind those doors. Colleagues? Councilmember Springer?
Thank you very much for your report, Can you define soft target?
So a soft target would be something that, generally speaking, doesn't have a lot of what we would call hard security measures in place. Doesn't have fences, metal detectors, security guards screening people as they come in. Something where access is not restricted. Access is open. A good example would be a mall, somewhere where you have a space that is public. That would be the best answer for that.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone? Steve. Go ahead.
Just as a follow-up, our schools, would you consider them soft targets, or have we done more in the past year to limit entrances and exits, lock doors? How do you see our schools?
I don't see our school as soft targets. They absolutely have measures in place. They have fences, they have the screening process for people coming in, they have security cameras, they have all that in place. They're also, correct, they have one point of authorized entry to the campus. What I will say though too is, could they be harder targets? Maybe, but I recognize the school district, you have to strike a balance between having your school appear to be an approachable venue versus a maximum security prison. So there's a challenge there, and I think some of the things that a security expert may look at and say, well, this should be hardened and this should be done. You probably don't want razor wire surrounding the top of your school. You probably don't want guard dogs. So I think given the parameters that the school district has to work in, I think they're a hard target.
Thank you.
Let me just share my perspective. 60 years ago, they were very soft.
Yes.
I know some of you are younger than 60 years, but I can recall just going onto the campus to the field and playing soccer and throwing the ball around, right?
There were no
Now you
fences.
can't, now you can't do that. There's fences. But anyway, Councilmember Springer?
This is kind of another follow-up, because I was speaking with a young dad, and they were just concerned about a chain link fence. And are there cameras around the schools? Okay, so that if there's suspicious activity around the chain link fence, pointing towards kids at recess, they would be caught.
They would be
detected.
aware, yeah, they would be made aware, they would be captured on camera. And the power of the chain link fence, anybody can climb a chain link fence, but the power of it is, that's the tell that somebody's coming in with bad intentions. Okay, you're gonna notice somebody is climbing the chain link fence, and that's not normal. That's the tell for somebody to call us and say we have a problem because there's a reason this person is trying to divert from the security checkpoint.
This dad was concerned with shooting through the chain link fence.
Mm-hmm.
And so that goes to your point about, do you want a fortress or a maximum security prison?
Right.
But they would be detected.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
I just want to clarify that. So our cameras face into the campus. They don't face out to the street. So we don't have cameras facing out to the street. And right now, our cameras really focus at our high schools. We don't have we have a camera at the main entrance, the security. That's where we have a camera for buzzing. So I just wanted to clarify on the camera situation.
Thank you.
Colleagues, questions?
Dr. Weisberg, you,
Oh, Mr. Ferguson was.
Mr. Ferguson.
I went last time.
Okay.
Duke it out, Diane.
Thanks so much.
Here, let me decide for both of you.
Great. Nobody talks. Thank you. I have a couple of questions. I think some might be district-related and some for you, but I'm thinking a lot about sort of the ways in which the community can also participate in the process of helping keeping our schools safer. So one of the things I wonder about is what can we be doing to better help students and parents understand what becomes a credible threat on social media and what isn't? Because how many times, I was just kidding. And so you made a very specific reference to like a kill list and specific names, which is what prompted an arrest of a student. But I think something that we can work on doing a better job of in partnership with you is helping students and parents understand what is appropriate and what isn't appropriate, what is viewed as a threat. Because I think sometimes students don't know if they're posting something they think is funny. They don't know that that is actually viewed as a credible threats. So I wonder about that, like what kind of information can we provide? What can we be doing to help educate our district community about how they're utilizing whatever, TikTok or Instagram, whatever it is?
Well, I think maybe something that's a possibility is maybe us taking some case studies of things that we've done, because people report things to us. I absolutely encourage, if somebody has a concern, report it to us.
Right.
Give it to us so that we can investigate and vet it out. Sometimes it leads down the path of, I was just kidding, this was a really ill-conceived joke.
Right.
Sometimes it leads down the path of, I really meant that threat for Burbank High School in Burbank, Illinois. Sometimes it leads down the threat of very specific, targeted criminal threats and a plan of action.
Sure.
And that's where we want to take action. I think maybe listing out some case studies that we've sanitized to remove names and
Yeah.
dates, and sharing that with the school district to share as they see fit for some examples of what to report, that there could be value in that.
Yeah, I mean, I also think too, you know, we have an anonymous tip line that our students can call. I think that's important for the public to know. So students are able to, with some anonymity, call in a threat so that they're not, you know, because obviously that makes the kiddos anxious. But I think being really clear too with our families about that we do, by we, I mean district and you guys in partnership, investigate these threats. Here's the process by which we do this, because I think that there was confusion this year, right? And making sure that our families understand that there's a process that's enacted anytime anyone reports it. Here, within reason, here's what it is. And then to your point, which I think is really helpful, like here's some case study, obviously sanitized examples of some things you might think are funny, but are not.
Right.
Right, and I think the key thing is that see something, say something.
Right.
But when you say something, you don't say it on social media.
Yes.
I know we've had a
Thank
lot
you.
of conversations
Thank you.
with.
Also that.
So
Yes.
it needs to be, you say something to a school administrator and/or the Burbank Police Department, so then we can review that. Any posting that has violence against school employees, students, or campuses is a threat and it's not appropriate, whether it's a joke or not, so we have to reiterate that. And we do investigate all of those. So you can
Right.
use the anonymous tip line, you can go directly to administrators, or you can go to the police department. We will investigate. And then when we say it's not a credible threat, means that we do not see an imminent threat happening on our campus. So that's why we haven't gone to those steps that
Right.
the captain highlighted. When we do feel it's credible, then we're taking the lockdown procedures and we're springing into action.
Right.
And that's something we can reiterate with our school community.
And that's where I think we can be more helpful and proactive, is reiterating that process, because we know parents want to know. I think our students want to know, community wants to know that this is the process. So that's what I'm thinking about when I think about ways that we can be partnering to help work through this process more clearly. I think that's something that we as the district can do, because we have the procedures in place. The only other question I had that you actually, I don't know if Ms. Cashman can answer or you can, but when we have the Met team who's case managing the students, how long is that? Is that like in perpetuity until they don't need it anymore? Is it something we do with FSA?
Yeah, it's in perpetuity
Okay,
until they're, you know, graduated or doing better, and it's a multi-agency review.
okay. So, yeah, I mean, I think my last question is sort of a question just in regards to how the district, how we can be better communicating the work, because there's an enormous amount of work that's happening behind the scenes, and there's obviously certain things, when I met with the chief, and thank you for that, there's certain things we can't share with the public because that's not helpful, but I think I'm wondering how we can more effectively convey the work that's being done in order to help not put people at ease. I don't know that anybody can be at ease right now. We're not in a period of time that's easy, but what we can be doing to share the work that's being done.
I know our public information officer does a very good job. If you follow our feeds, they do a very good job of putting out what we are doing. A lot of that is about street level investigative work or criminal activity. Sometimes for us, especially with juveniles, it is tricky for us in sharing information. We would absolutely have to sanitize some of that stuff, but I can talk with our med folks and our SRO and see I don't know what sort of reporting they do on a regular basis, but there's probably some quantitative reporting that they could do that could be shared with the school district.
That would be
So that can
great.
be pushed out to the parents.
Yeah, that would be really helpful. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, President Tabbitt. And Captain, thank you for your presentation. During the height of the pandemic, it wasn't easy to be on a school board.
I'm sure.
We all go through tough times. And without a doubt, I can't imagine what your officers are managing as they see this and manage a sense of obligation to this community and the volume of trust that you have. I have to say, between your tone, tenor, you name it, I'm pretty reassured by just your presentation that we've got good heads at the top of this and who are thinking about this in a way that I would hope you would, right?
Sure.
So I want to thank you for that, because that takes leadership. And this is that moment where we need to be doubling down in our faith and our confidence in our leaders, especially in law enforcement, and making sure that we are supporting you all with the tools you need so that your officers can engage in those moments. And we obviously hope those moments never occur. But when they do, we count on you. And there should be no second guessing that. So I want to thank you for that.
Thank you.
I have one relatively quick question, and then the other one may be for the chief, so I'll warn him that he's on deck. And it's the same question I've asked for 3 different joint meetings, so you may know where it's going, and if you don't, I've asked it for 3 joint meetings, so warning in advance. Beat cops, you mentioned your beat cops. Obviously, beat cops change to meet different. Are there points in time in which beat cops are making sure to introduce themselves to the principals? There was a time at which it was kind of a novel concept to say, hey, can we make sure that there's a cell phone exchange relatively regularly if there's ever a change in beat cop, et cetera? I know obviously there's shift changes, but have we made that routine at this point?
That is going to be part of our thing for this coming school year. I
Perfect.
think, for full disclosure, I landed in this position in late January this year.
Excellent.
So I'm getting caught up to speed on some of these things. COVID, I think, probably wreaked havoc with some of that.
Sure.
But starting with this next school year with some of the district introductions, the assignments for the officers, that's going to be part of the expectation, yes.
Perfect. I really appreciate that. I think you kind of nailed it, that at times we have to navigate our bureaucracies. And for me, if a principal can send a text to a police officer who's out there, that may be faster at that point. I don't know, but opening those lines count. So I just appreciate that. And then my question is about hospitalizations. So for multiple years, I've been asking about whether or not, when we hospitalize young people, if we always have to put them in the back of a police cruiser in that process. The response has been at different times, we want to make sure that there's security for the officers, et cetera, as we're doing it. And last time, I recall, we were talking about a smart car being acquired potentially that would be used by the Met team to hospitalize young people so they're not featured in an Instagram post being put in the back of police cars. Has that process changed? Are we hospitalizing with non-marked cars?
So we are, if it's a Met team that is involved.
Okay.
If the Met team is not available or on another call, then it could be problematic.
Understood.
We're sensitive to that. We understand that taking a student from campus, whether it's a mental health related episode
Right.
or something else, that's problematic. This is a COVID problem.
Yep.
The city council approved the budget for a specialized vehicle.
Okay.
That is somewhere in the Hitherlands waiting to get here, and that will be modified, and that vehicle is specific to transport anyone who is experiencing a mental health episode. So to answer your question, I would say 85–90% of the times, quiet transport from campus to a mental health facility is in place right now.
Okay. First of all, I know you to be a partner in mental health, and every time we have sat together, you have talked about the increased role of mental health in the future of policing. It's been years since I've been asking for this. And I know that you are putting it through the process, but this will help in big ways. So I would like to just, if I can ask from you to keep us posted, and if it's up in the ether and it's just taking forever, well, Mr. Schultz was citing Laura Friedman earlier today. There are resources for us to be calling at this point. But I think for 3 successive joint meetings, I've asked about it, and I'm excited that there's a pathway, but I want to get it done. And I want you to have those resources because, again, whether or not it's 85% or not, there are still kids being impacted by this, and I want to make sure that their first introduction to that intervention that could save their life is not a negative one. You've always been a partner in that pursuit, but I want to get there. So
I'm with you on that. In fact, I presented in front of our LA County supervisor to transport folks that are having a medical experience in a plastic bucket, which is the backseat of a police car, is unreasonable. Catherine Barger has been a good partner in that area, but we are challenged with everything associated with getting new stuff right now has been problematic. But I guarantee you that it'll happen, and that is going to be a good thing moving forward.
I agree. Thank you so much for your partnership.
Yeah, you got it.
This, but over and over we hear about the shootings being these individuals having issues with mental health. Now you talked about your the program, right? When you identify this person, to me it's really about access to weapons. Do you check to see if the parents of these students, whoever they're with, have weapons or they're safe? And that is, that's one question that I have.
Absolutely. So especially when it rises to the point where we're reaching a detention for some sort of mental evaluation, we are authorized to seize firearms from the home. Our MET team has actually also been part of the gun violence restraining order program. I believe they've written 2 that have allowed for seizure of firearms. I think they have the 3rd one in process. That is one of the boxes. That is probably the number 1 box to check when we are managing one of these cases, is access to firearms in the home and making sure we have those secured.
And then, thank you. Then the second one is, and with my council colleagues here, it's also about the culture. We've heard this conversation about Burbank being home to, now what is it called, Gun Planet or Gun Universe? I mean, Gun World. I mean, you drive down, if I'm a young person, I'm driving in Burbank, all I see is one gun shop after. And I know the council is working on this, but to me, again, that's a bit concerning as well. And I know it's a bigger conversation, but I think, access is one thing, but also if you're daily bombarded with, the same information in front of you, I think that's concerning to me too, because, for this individual to go and get the weapon and to go and commit these crimes, you've seen the scenario. Now, I'm not an expert, but there's always, to me, the what's outside of them, and what they're impacted by. And I know we're having these conversations, but I think continuing letting our parents be aware of this, communicating properly what you're doing and how we're addressing this, because, again, I'm thinking long-term here. And for me, and I've asked this question once before, I live close by one where you can't find parking on my street. You cannot find parking. Every day I see this, and these individuals, I've asked, I asked them once, are you for Burbank? I did this twice. 98% of the people who are parking on my streets are not from Burbank. They come and buy the weapons because our neighboring city at least made it very strict when it comes to having gun shops. They even got rid of their big gun show they had at the Civic Auditorium. I'm talking about Glendale. So to me, it's also, what do we do about those cases where everyone who's parking on my street now is shopping at Gun now and then one across from it, Gun Planet, whatever they're calling themselves. And to me, again, that's almost alarming as well. Can we put restrictions on that? And can we inform parents or citizens how they can address those concerns? Because we never had that issue before. And then last pandemic, and I mean, that place is packed. Just drive by it on Magnolia, you see people hanging out outside. I mean, it's a safety issue too, because I was parking there and jamming. And so again, those are the things that concerns me. And I know as police officers, you can't cite them a ticket if they're parking on a street, right? Unless, is there permitting that?
Dr.
Mr. Mayor?
Just take a minute. Our city
If I
attorney
could,
would-
staff is bringing a comprehensive report to City Council on July 26th.
That's right.
That would be the appropriate time for
Okay.
discussion of
Thank
this
you.
issue.
Thank you,
Which is a week from today.
Yeah.
thank you,
Okay.
thank you. Thank you very much.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for that report. I really appreciate all the work that's gone into this and working with the school district on these issues. The only concern I had, you mentioned at the beginning, 3 arrests were made. Was that the Met team? Was that our school resource officers? Was that patrol that was called in? What was that in regards to?
That was through our school resource officers. And these were cases where there was a referral for concerning behavior, concerning posts, concerning verbalizations and threats. And the school resource officers were involved in those investigations
Okay.
over the course of the last 3 years, and there were arrests made in those incidents.
And where does that referral come from? Is that from the school district? Is that from the parents? Like, who makes those calls to those?
I don't know the intimate details of each of those cases, but I believe in the majority of them, they are referrals that are coming from the school district.
Okay.
Or we're having the social media posts are making their way around, and parents are contacting us to inform us that this is being posted online.
Okay. And those school resource officers, they're assigned to those schools. Do they do regular patrols, or is that pretty much the majority of their work on the clock?
So the school resource officers now are off-site and are responding to calls for service at the schools.
Okay. Does our Met team make any arrests at all on the schools, or that we don't do that?
Not that I'm aware of.
Okay. So here's my concern. Being able to call a school resource officer who's familiar with the school district obviously is better than simply calling any patrol unit to show up. But as long as there's a non-zero chance of a kid getting arrested, you're going to eventually get hesitation from somebody who's not going to want to make that referral. And so from my standpoint, I believe even 3 arrests is too much. If an arrest needs to be made, being able to call in backup or get a patrol unit there, I think creates just one level of buffer for folks who are looking to get a referral in. And if there's a way that we could, I don't know, set a policy that our resource officers themselves aren't the ones who are making these arrests. If there's some way we could say that, look, if you call in a resource officer, they're not going to be the ones to arrest you. You've got at least a buffer. And then that way, if something does need to be done, that officer can call in for backup, and at that point, arrest can be made. Because I think just knowing even 3, that there's going to be someone down the line who's like, well, I don't want to call somebody because they may get arrested, versus let's just get the resource officer here to talk. So if there's a way we could create some sort of policy for the resource officer to make sure that at least that's not the person doing the arrest. Is that possible? Is that doable? Is there a way we can make it so that maybe they could be the one to detain the person and then somebody else makes the arrest? Like, I just want there to be one extra step.
To speak to that concern, when I say made the arrest, again, not being intimately familiar with the details of that case, I do know the standard way we work. The school resource officers, typically alone, or typically a single officer working the schools, they usually are calling for a backup officer to physically transport that person.
Okay.
If that's addressing some of the concern.
Yeah,
there.
because what
When I
don't-
say the school resource officer is making the arrest, maybe saying that they're the investigating officer and
Okay.
ultimately deciding that there's cause to arrest might be a more appropriate way to phrase it.
Yeah.
I may have been shorthanding it.
Sure,
But-
and I understand
And again,
that.
I don't know all the specifics. There could have been times where the officers felt something was so compelling right then and there that they handcuff the student and then place him in a car. I don't
Okay.
know, but as a matter of policy, we don't have a policy in place that they don't make arrests, that they don't put handcuffs on, because there may be times where that's necessary.
I think at
But
the
I understand what
base-
you're saying.
I think at the basis of it, I would prefer that anyone who is the resource officer not be the arresting officer if there's an incident on Burbank campuses. I think just that base policy would create a safer environment for a referral to be made. And that way, we know going in that it's backup coming in, it's somebody else doing the arrest, and that would create, I believe, a safer understanding of interacting with the resource officer. That's just from my point
Understood.
of view.
If I can just, thank you, Vice Mayor Anthony. And, you know, there have been a number of concerns about the roles of SROs, et cetera, that have been discussed within our school community. We've wrestled with a lot of these issues. And I think one of the kind of recurring points that came up that was important was, you know, we want police officers to be able to connect with young people. We want them to be able to engage with young people. We want them to be able to be accessible. At times, though, we cross a boundary where we may either project or pretend that police officers aren't police officers, and they are police officers. So an SRO is not a therapist and should not be treated like a therapist. An SRO is not everybody's best friend. An SRO is a cop who is on campus, who works with our school community, both students and staff. When you start blurring the lines a bit, and you start saying, this one can arrest you, that one can't, it gets confusing. And we have had discussions about, okay, then is an officer necessary at all? And I think we've kind of come consistently with answers now at this point, yes, but what does that look like? What do those interactions look like, and how can we build that going forward? So we've wrestled with this too, because we want people to be, we want officers to be accessible, but we also want to be able to keep our campus community safe. So that's the only thing that I think we get into a little bit, is that when we start taking away policing powers from a police officer on a school site, it confuses the role of things. And in that emergency moment, I don't want confusion. I want everybody to be able to act. This is why I ask about how we hospitalize. This is why I ask about how we have taken students and removed students from campus. I look at Ms. Cashman. We have had this conversation. She nods insistently because she survived it, but yes. So I want you to know that we're actively thinking through this, and frankly, I have to say the police department's been a very good partner.
Can I add a footnote to that? We understand that dynamic and the sensitivity to that. So let me give you some numbers that you probably haven't thought about. 20% of our uniformed officers went to Burbank schools. 1/3 of our non-sworn personnel went to Burbank schools. So you have an organization that is invested in this city and these schools. So when you talk about policies and practices, these folks are all in. And Captain Cornelius talked about the commitment, and I did tell him, you look up the mileage from Burbank, California to Uvalde, Texas, because there's a vast difference. And the mindset and how we are going to approach and manage a crisis, and let's hope to God that never happens. But just be mindful of, like, the city council folks and the school board members that are totally embedded, invested in this community. So is this police department. I don't know if that's helpful.
Well, I don't think, from my point, it was about an investment. I think it's, yeah, I mean, I'm not opposed to, you know, detaining and using restraints and all of that stuff. I think it just speaks to the ability for parents and teachers and people working at the school, if they know that there's at least, you know, some buffer in place, and they can talk to the resource officer and call them in and say, look, this kid's having a thing, this kid's going with a problem. They know that as long as that officer doesn't have to call in backup, that the kid is not going to get an arrest on their record. But, and I think that I understand what you're saying about blurring the lines, and I totally get that. But I think there's a way to do it, and it doesn't, honestly, it doesn't have to be a policy. I think at the end of the day, it would just be best practices. That if we just had an understanding that, yes, at some point, there may be an incident where a resource officer has to make the arrest, but if there's a way we could avoid it and maintain that, somebody else comes in, backup becomes the arresting officer, that's when it's issued. And I know this is a longer conversation, we're not gonna fix it right here. But there's something to be said about knowing that the person who's assigned to that school, there's at least some kind of a buffer where they're gonna say, look, best practices says that I'm gonna take care of you without having to bring in backup, but if they're here, if they're coming, if I have to make a call, then it's gonna be a different situation. That's just where I'm coming from, and I hope we can understand that and take that idea forward.
Understand.
Thank you.
Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. By the way, thank you for your comments, Vice Mayor. And Vice President Ferguson, I really appreciated your comments and the perspective that you provided in there. Captain, one of the beauties of me going near the end is I have fewer questions for you. I do just want to make a couple quick comments. As the city attorney said, we had a lot of folks who are here still tonight and those who called in talking about a variety of policy issues that we're going to have a chance to discuss next week. So I just wanted to mention that if you don't hear us talking about that, that's because we're precluded from doing so by the Brown Act. But this is a priority for council, and I look forward to that conversation next week. Captain, I just really wanted to compliment you on the presentation. I know from my day job what preparation you put in place, the entire department does to keep our kids safe. But I appreciate the opportunity tonight to have this public conversation so parents could learn more. Site plans, having keys to the building, the on-site medical kits, these are proven steps that will bring a situation to a faster conclusion and save lives. So I compliment the department in that regard. I trust Burbank PD, and not just because of a great presentation, which it was, and not just because of the steps that you've taken, but because I know that you are vested, as you said, Chief, in making sure that our kids are safe, and you're collaborating with the district, with our school educators and partners, and that's why I have incredible trust in what you're doing. I do have two questions, and Dr. Hill, a little unconventional, but I'd like to ask you a question, if I might. We've talked a lot tonight about mental health, and I would submit that there's a lot of policy considerations that our assembly members, our state senators, the council can talk about in keeping guns out of hands of those who shouldn't have them in the first place. But from a mental health perspective, in your experience administering Burbank schools, do you see any deficiencies, blind spots, areas for improvement, things that maybe we haven't done or aren't doing, but maybe there is an opportunity to improve upon moving forward?
As the chief said, just with law enforcement and mental health and education, it's never done. We're always revolving, we're always reviewing. So we have a mental health plan the district has highlighted and laid out that we've worked on. There's a lot of steps that we want to continue to work on, and it does include strengthening partnerships and also includes funding. We hear a lot of talk at the federal and the state level for mental health resources, but then it's often put in a discretionary pot of money and says, you prioritize this. You have to balance everything you want to do. So we've made steps every year. FSA has been great. During COVID, we saw an increase in mental health need. We were able to use one-time federal funding to increase the need last year. We need that funding to be ongoing. And so I think the joint advocacy that we all have done, because I think everyone in this room is very passionate about mental health, can allow us to expand it. So we have student care centers at our 2 comprehensive high schools. We would love resources to be able to have additional space at all of our schools where we can have walk-in, and starting at Monterey as well as going into our middle schools. So I do see a greater need, and then just more resources. We could have more of our partners in our schools helping with our students because the need is there. Anxiety, depression is on the rise across the country, and we're no exception here in Burbank. We need to provide those resources for our students.
Thank you for that. And I would just add that we're also very blessed to have Anthony Portantino as our state senator, where mental health and reducing gun violence are also priorities of his, and I think there's opportunities for continued mutual advocacy to his office. So, Captain, I just have one question for you. I'll kind of give you the lead up to it. You know, earlier this year we had a policy discussion about the tools that Burbank PD should have in situations like this, and admittedly I took some heat for the stance I took. But I told people when our officers need to go into a situation, they need every tool, whether it's a drone, whether it's a robot, whatever it is, to bring that situation as quickly to an end and to protect the lives of the responding officers and the folks involved. Here's why I bring that up. You at the beginning of your presentation, or I'll stand corrected, it was the end of the presentation, you talked about Uvalde and what we learned, and I wrote it down here, you mentioned that, you know, there were some failures that law enforcement made in that situation, and there are learning opportunities for Burbank PD. And I think you've mentioned it several times throughout the presentation, but for those who are still here and those who are still watching patiently this meeting, I just wanted to give you the final word and kind of ask that question really point blank to you. What do you personally see as the failures of law enforcement in that situation? And what do you think Burbank PD has and is doing to learn from it? Understanding that there's a lot that we already do very differently, and I understand everything you're saying about how we're more prepared in many ways, but there's always a learning lesson. So what do you think that is?
So I want to be careful. I want to quantify what I'm going to say because, again, I don't have everything. Okay.
So we both don't get in trouble. No, go ahead, start the answer. I'm just
So
going to save you
what-
from yourself.
What I see there, and what I have seen with other incidents in smaller rural areas is you have, number one, you have a command and control problem where you have multiple different agencies showing up with incomplete information about what's happening, and there's not a clear structure of who's in charge. I've heard the commentary from a chief himself who says, well, I was there, but I didn't consider myself to be in charge. Well, then who is? So there's a failure there just in command structure. And I think that drives a lot of the friction and the inertia that just bogged everything down. Probably also some considerations about alternatives. Because obviously, just going right through the front door where the guy just was shooting at you may not be the acceptable answer. There may not be any success there. But considering some alternatives for how else can we address this problem. And I think it just overall, it was a failure of momentum. Something got stalled, something slowed down, people didn't have the information that they needed, and they weren't able to make the right decision at the time. So I think if you look at Burbank, we're larger. We're going to have a team of 9, 10 officers who are of our own people, who are plugged into our own dispatch, who are in our own command structure, and that decision-making cycle moves a lot faster than when you have 3 people from this agency and 4 people from here and 9 people from somewhere else that are coming in but are an hour out, and they're getting information from a dispatch center that's a different agency. It's a jumble, and that's not going to be the case here. So now, my chief will bail me out if I stepped in it.
He did not. He was spot on. And command and control is the linchpin to all of this. There's a mantra. You're not going to like the mantra. It's get the guns and go. Get the guns and go and stop the threat. That's the bottom line. This goes back to Columbine, where there was a sea change for all of law enforcement as far as how we navigate this. You would call it Columbine. You had a SWAT team that stood outside for 45 minutes to an hour. And I was part of the team that introduced this training model that was very foreign to law enforcement. And it's hard for me to watch video and read the after-action report because I just want to flop out folks so that there would have been a different outcome. I'm surprised more parents didn't jump fence and go in and do their own rescue. But here's the bottom line. This was a great presentation. Lieutenant Green did a great presentation tonight. This is not fluff. This is the real deal. We are prepared to take Just understand that in the event a catastrophic event happens tonight, tomorrow, or even in one of our neighboring communities, there will be a different outcome. Any questions?
No, I appreciate it, Chief. I just say we pray that day never comes.
Yes, we can all take a knee on that one. Can I wrap up on technology because Captain Cornelius did the teaser on technology as far as Gunsons. Just understand that there's now a whole new industry related to active shooter, not only as training, technology. There's a company in Silicon Valley. The law enforcement liaison person is a psychologist that I've known for a long, long time. And for the last couple of years, been talking about this conceptual model of gun threat detection software. And if you look at the outlet that's behind the Vice Mayor and Mr. Ferguson right there, it is a device that would go into an outlet. And this is these are all Silicon Valley techies that have come up with this device that gives minus 0.2 seconds of a detection of a threat. So a weapon, a rifle, a handgun, a knife. The downside is if it is concealed, it won't detect it. But if it was someone coming with a rifle or a handgun, it would detect it. It would trigger a notification system similar to Everbridge as far as just this global notification system. This technology is new, and the August training that we're going to do, we are going to alpha test it for them. Because of the relationship that we have, they're going to come out, they're going to let us look at it, and if it has value, I would include the superintendent to have them look at it, but it needs to be exercised, and exercised hard to see how the reliability is. The other thing with technology is expensive. And there's the price point of the technology, then there's a licensing fee, so there's a monthly. So as application to schools, to government buildings, to other public areas that could be vulnerable, but that will be the future. So that was the bullet point on the technology. So just understand that as an organization that we're constantly looking, reviewing, and pursuing technology that may have application for what we do. Okay, any questions?
Not questions for what the chief said, although thank you for talking about the gun sense, because that was going to be a question I had because it was brought up. So thank you for more detail on that. Captain Cornelius, thank you for your presentation. Especially thank you for what you put in as the elephant in the room and talking about that, because it's what is front of mind for everyone right now. The worst case scenario, because we keep seeing it over and over. We certainly hope it never gets to that point, but that's what everyone is concerned about. And as you pointed out, because of recency bias of seeing what happened, and I agree with you, I'm not trying to throw stones at someone else, but yes, it raises doubts in people's minds. I'm glad you pointed out some of the things you pointed out both in your presentation and in answer to Councilman Schultz's question about the differences between our department here and what they had there. There was actually a very good article in the Washington Post today discussing the issues with very small police departments, which they termed 10 officers or less. And it got into many of the points that you pointed out, the lack of training, the lack of central command and communication. And I think that pointing those out, that those wouldn't be an issue here. I hope give everyone a little bit more sense of, I don't want to say comfort, because God, if it ever gets to that, it's not going to be comfortable for anyone, but at least that we can expect, the response to be greatly different than what was seen there. So I really appreciate that. There's been a lot of talk about mental health. We've been great partners with the mental health team. I think that will be a continuing path that we have to pursue. As the superintendent pointed out, FSA, we've had great partners. We've made a lot of strides there. We'll certainly have to continue to do that. One of our public comments talked about needing more awareness training and trying to develop more awareness. And something, and I mentioned this to the superintendent in a conversation we had, is I've read about the Sandy Hook promise, which obviously came out of the, in the aftermath of their shooting, has got 30 to 40 minute programs that are available for, for showing to students, and they're age appropriate and grade appropriate, and from what the website said, also for free. So there's not much cost involved. So, but I think that's something we should look into, because we do need to continue raising awareness, both in staff and students, of trying to spot where there's someone who may have issues, may have difficulties. We have to try and do whatever we can to prevent, work the areas that we can do something about. And prevention is key to that, I think. We certainly need to go through our safety plans. We talked about the schools are a hard target, rather than a soft target. And I believe that is the case, but we certainly see plenty of times when that's not fully the case. After school, at the high schools, there's constant activity. There's many opportunities for people to be coming in and off of campus. We'd have to find a way to address that. Also, and we had talked about this at one of our recent school board meetings, the last day of school, where we were at one of the elementary schools for the festivities. Lots of parents coming in, more gates open than normal, and there's an opening there, and we need to, and this is more a school district thing than the police department thing, but we need to look at our site plans, our safety plans, to try and close as many loopholes as we can there. And I really think there is a lot that we can do and that we'll continue trying to do. But having said all that, schools aren't really the problem. We've seen it happen in shopping malls. We've seen it happen in grocery stores, at parades, at hospitals, everywhere. Schools seem worse, as we talked about when we were talking about the driving. When it's an accident that happens with young people, it just seems worse. And school shootings obviously seem worse too, but it's everywhere. And that really isn't going to happen until the accessibility and availability of guns decreases significantly. And I know you've got it on your agenda next week, so I don't want to get into you're addressing that. I hope we do, because we have way too much accessibility and availability of guns in our city. And I know, as Dr. Agakanian pointed out, a lot of those people shopping at those stores are not from Burbank, but when it's that available in our town, I believe it's a problem. And it's a problem that isn't really going to go away until we can improve on that. And it's a societal problem. There are not going to be any quick and easy fixes, but we have to have the determination to try and make a difference in that, because as I said, on July 4th, first thing, I was trying to think, please, I grew up in the Chicago area. I'm trying to think of, do I have friends in the Highland Park area? And who do I need to call to see if they're okay? And then I started thinking about my children, my adult children, who were both going to different things that day. And I had to reinforce to them, look wherever you are, look around, be aware of your surroundings. Don't just think it's okay because of, you're with friends, or you're at your friend's house, or you're at, watching the fireworks somewhere. I want people to know that we are going to do everything we can, but there's going to be more that we're all going to have to do to try and change, to see significant change in this, with this problem. So, thank you.
Thank you. Is there any merit to evaluating the potential benefit of enhanced camera surveillance at vulnerable spots around a campus, so that it would further harden a campus, but it wouldn't look hardened, and mark it with, cameras, this is camera surveilled? And I know it sounds expensive, but maybe there are grants and funding available. I don't know if it would help, but just.
From the law enforcement perspective, we love cameras.
Okay.
Because they're the powerful investigative tool, they're a deterrent. What would be the real benefit for us would be something with a live feed, where in the case of an emergency, we could pop up a live feed of what's happening on campus. So yes, but like the chief mentioned with technology, there is a price point with that. I know there are also concerns about, there has to be a balance for the school district between security and then concerns about surveillance and what they're sharing with us and when they're sharing, and that's probably a bigger conversation. But if you're asking Captain Cornelius, Captain Cornelius is going to tell you that cameras on campus are going to be helpful for us.
I'm thinking about them around campus, maybe on the sidewalk, pointing, so what's going on outside the campus, around the campus.
And I think the answer is the same.
Okay.
It would be helpful for us to have something with a live feed that we can monitor. It's going to be a multiplier for us as far as having eyes on things. But I also recognize that there's a balance in the conversation there that's above me.
Okay,
And,
thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate what Councilmember Springer is getting at, but I'll tell you, the average community in this country is comfortable with cameras in our schools protecting our kids, but the average American doesn't want to walk down the street and accidentally be caught on camera for whatever reason. It's a very, the invasion of privacy and all that stuff. It's very different in Europe. They have cameras everywhere and they catch everybody on film and they don't really care about it. But there's a very cultural thing in the United States where we're like, don't surveil me if I'm not doing anything wrong. So it is a balance, and it's hard to say that, well, yeah, we're only watching for bad guys, but if, you and your dog get caught up on footage, that's the price we pay for freedom. It's a hard conversation to have.
Yeah, but you also saw what happened last year with the legislators being accused of being criminals when they were doing the whole face recognition camera thing, where two, I think, senators were, because of, their background. And so this is stuff that, as actually the state legislature has been testing it, and had they followed the data, a couple of them were considered criminals, but they weren't. And I agree with you. I think that's something that.
Just have to say, I think there's also there's also challenges, because when there are cameras, there are expectations that the videotape will come out and be public. And there have been situations that are very public where we haven't been able to release the videotape, and that, as a result, creates a deficit of trust and confidence. So I think however we approach that, if we are going to increase the amount of cameras that are either adjacent to, I don't deny that it could be helpful, that we have clearer processes around what we disclose, when we disclose it, because if the public's going to pay for it, they expect to be able to see the results from it. And when tapes don't become public, as we see in Uvalde and others, there are additional questions.
I don't know if it's a good idea. I'm thinking that, if it could save lives. And so, I don't know, maybe it's something to be considered, and it might be worth it, just a consideration, but I'm thinking of it as a deterrent, not as a recording of, I would hope it would prevent something from happening.
Understood.
The more cameras, the more different perspectives of an incident when it happens, it's very helpful, right?
It is,
I mean,
yes.
But there's some things that we have to overcome, like the cost. Where are the monies gonna come to pay for those things? You know, it's very useful, no question about it, but when, just like in life insurance, how much life insurance is enough? You keep buying, keep buying, keep buying? But, you know, obviously, it's for the elected officials and along with the superintendent and the city manager to come up with some ideas. If there are grants out there, like I said, for a couple $100,000, let's pursue them and then implement it. But then the other case also is mentioned earlier, we have one-time monies, and then what happens the next year when we don't have the monies to?
There's always a subscription and service fee to any system.
There you go. So, you know, there's a lot of, it's great to say it, but then when you start looking in the weeds, there's a lot of problems, a lot of challenges that we have to face. So my colleagues are in agreement. Let's move on to the next agenda item.
Thank you.
Very fruitful
Mayor?
So,
discussion.
Mr. Mayor,
Thank you.
Yes.
there was a motion before, there wasn't a vote, but I believe the motion, there was an intent to augment that to cover both issues.
I have that. Mr. Mayor, if I might,
Sure.
since we're now on item 3, other topics of mutual interest, tried to detail this motion pretty well. So let-
Wait a minute, before we get there, Mr. City Attorney, I want to thank the police department. Thank you, Chief. Captain, thank you, and Lieutenant Green as well for a great presentation. Let's not move on to item number 3 until we're ready to move on to item number 3. Is that what you're referring?
I wasn't sure if it was just a closure to 1 and 2, or if it was 3. Asking the question.
I think we're going to
We
come
can
with
do it under 3.
We'll do it number 3. So next on the agenda is other topics of mutual interest between the Burbank Unified School District and the City of Burbank. Colleagues, Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move the following. Number 1, that we form a committee of our bodies comprised of the BUSD Board President, Vice President, and the Superintendent of Schools, along with the Mayor, the Vice Mayor, and the City Manager for the City of Burbank. Number 2, that committee meet on at least a quarterly basis to supplement but not replace the annual meeting of our two bodies. Number 3, that group engage in discussion of topics of mutual interest, including but not limited to the items that we have discussed tonight, school safety as well as safe driving initiatives. And number 4, that the representatives of that committee report back to the broader group on a periodic basis.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Springer?
Yes, this just goes back to the transportation issue, just for something for this group to consider to educate students and parents on Burbank bus and metro routes, and possibly include David Kriske and the Transportation Commission. Because on that commission, there are parents on that. They use the bus, and their kids, they want their kids to use the bus. And they're contemplating a new route, a new green route, north-south. And they have their children, their students in mind. And so just keep them in mind when you're considering the mutual, and just make parents and students aware.
Well, let's take a vote on the motion first, and then we can, that could be the first agenda item for that group to talk about. Right? Good.
Yes.
All right, so any further discussion? We have to take a vote, yes. All those in favor or want to take the vote, go ahead. Madam City Clerk?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So what I'll do is I'll take the roll call for council first, and then I'll do the school board followed. Right now, the motion is made by Councilmember Schultz. I'm calling on the vote.
Yes.
Thank you. And Member Ferguson, you seconded the motion?
Yes, sorry. Yes.
That's okay,
Excuse
thank
me.
you. Councilmember Springer? Yes. Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Then I'm going to go to Board Member Weisberg
Yes.
and Board Member Fritner,
Yes.
Board Member Akagani,
Yes.
and President Chartabit.
Yes.
Thank you. I believe I got everyone here.
Great.
Thank you. So the motion passes. Thank you.
And also to, let's keep in mind Councilmember Springer's suggestion about one of the first items to discuss. Okay. All right, colleagues. Dr. Agakanian?
Thank you. So, around a month and a half ago, Councilmember Schultz and I and our Assistant Superintendent, Sharon Cousseau, had a meeting regarding creation of a Center for Entrepreneurship and Innovation and an incubator, partnering with the city of Burbank, having this center. And I actually just spoke to Ms. Cousseau, and she said if we move this forward, then there will be classes offered also from Unified. So the idea is to work with the city, have this center where small businesses from Burbank and all the interested entrepreneurs and individuals can come, but also utilizing our current programs and really creating this center where, the students not only stop after high school, but they will continue to do so, as we're seeing also more trends in terms of entrepreneurship innovation.
I'll be brief given the late hour, but I did have a good conversation with you, Dr. Agakani, and I think you may have also mentioned something to Councilmember Springer, though I'm not privy to that conversation. But I think this is a creative outside-the-box idea that would be worth some consideration as a partnership effort between our two bodies. I guess my question to all of staff would be, what do you foresee as the best vehicle to move forward on this? I don't know if it could be a first step report to each body to get further information, if this is something that the committee should work on, but I, speaking for myself, think that this is the exactly the kind of educational yet innovative economic stimulation that we should be pursuing together. I think it's an exceptional idea, Dr. Agakani.
It is, and just for the record, our own senator back in June 18, 2019, got $1 million for Glendale's Tech Accelerator program. So there's a lot of funding for these kind of projects, and I think that's something that we should also include in the conversation as well.
So in answer to the council member's question, a first step would be appropriate so we could flush out the details and maybe see what funds were available to Glendale that may also be available to Burbank.
All right, and would that be, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I might, as a follow-up, if I were to make the motion, assuming Dr. Agakanian would second, would that essentially be a request for a first step report to come back to each body, one report to the council, one to the board?
Well, I can't speak to the school board's rules. According to the council rules, a single council member can request a first step report to be agendized. This may require a little bit more coordination because it involves a staff of both. And council may recall you have quite a deep stack of first step reports that your staff are waiting to bring back.
For the council side of it, if I might, Mr. Mayor.
Yes,
I'll use that point of personal privilege to make the request for the first step report on our end of things.
I have a
Mr.
comment.
City Attorney, you did mention that there are several first step reports that are in line, in the queue.
Well, yes, the council weekly requests additional items of importance to the community. And you'll know that they don't all come back within a week. It takes us some time. And in fact, the second step report that we're doing next week is outgrowth of a request, I believe, initiated by the vice mayor quite a few months ago. So some of these items do take quite a bit of
So in
staff.
essence, you're telling us to be patient.
And understanding, yes, thank you.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes, and in this process, don't forget our library as a resource, okay?
Good point. Thank you.
Thank you.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just one quick thing. I know Councilmember Springer wanted to add that transportation agenda to the joint meetings. If we could add a discussion on that Got Wheels program as it pertains to possibly meeting up or matching up with the senior disabled transit. In addition, any student discount bus passes or free passes for the bus for that joint meeting in the future. I do have another question, though. I wanted
Well,
to ask.
if I could address your first comment. Thankfully, this is being recorded, so we can unpack that first step request. But the issue of who studies traffic safety in Burbank, since the Traffic Commission was eliminated when we added the Infrastructure Oversight Board, is an open issue that staff is going to bring back to City Council, because, and I'm going to keep this very short, the Police Commission, the Infrastructure Oversight Board, and the Transportation Commission all want to vigorously discuss traffic safety, but council needs to decide what the avenue, and if the public wants to participate, which board they should go to. So every one of those bodies has an important role, but they're different. And so Public Works and CDD are working up an issue, staff time available to get council direction on which of your boards is the place that the public should go, and which one does the council want to advise them, specifically on safety and how it goes through. So it's actually a little complicated. It's not just transportation. Infrastructure has a role. Obviously, the Police Commission actually has some express jurisdiction for everything except engineering. So that's something that's kind of a long lead item. I'll let the city manager.
Yeah, if I could also, on August 9th, we're actually bringing back proposed changes relative to the Green Line. So at that point, you could even have a little more discussion about potential changes to our bus system.
I think my point was much more about the collaboration between the two bodies, not necessarily putting forth policy yet, but rather having a preliminary discussion with our board partners to just see what we'd like to propose once we've done the work that you're talking about. Mine is much more about just a discussion for us when we have that first meeting. I wanted to ask a separate question. Is there any legal or logistical reason why we can't do the joint meeting on Thursday nights? No? We're not there's no city charter thing that says we can't do it? All right, because here's why I asked that question. We always ask the school board to come to our Tuesday night meeting. I would propose, in the spirit of cooperation, that we alternate years and we go on a Thursday night. I know it sounds silly, but I think it would be a nice gesture. So next year, we do the joint meeting on a Thursday night, and it's like we're each hosting each other, alternating. I would move to propose that, and hopefully next year it comes to fruition. What do you think about that?
Sounds good. Let's move on. Thursday it is. Thursday it is.
We gotta vote. I don't know.
Well, there could be a discussion between the superintendent and the city manager.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, going back
call
to
the meeting.
topic. Oh, sorry, I guess I have to make the same recommendation for us to also do the incubator, right?
Are you referring to the incubator program? And, okay, so I guess, yeah, he's asking for a similar report item from the school board end.
And we already got the wheels going, so keep showing.
If I can ask on the school board side, we usually work in subcommittees so that we agendize for Thursday or use during the agenda process to talk about a subcommittee that you can work with to move this along.
Yes.
Great.
Thank you. And the Thursday, I completely agree. And if we're gonna meet quarterly, December should be our next meeting, right?
Well, and school board meetings are called by the president of the school board and the mayor, so that can be done without a big vote.
Of course.
It's gonna be 4 times a year or 6 times?
8 times.
Never mind.
Every Thursday, Jeff.
Never mind. I digress, excuse me.
Indeed, sir.
So are we through with the items of interest?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to the next item, which is brief comments from city council and the members of the Board of Education.
Thank you.
Mr. Friedner.
Great meeting.
Why not?
Thank you.
And I'll keep it brief. It's, we're running fairly late. I'm glad, I feel like this was a very productive meeting.
Yes.
I know that there was a comment, in public comment about, difficulties between the two bodies. I have felt like we have always been able to communicate since I've been on the board. Yes, there are difficult times, and I'll be the first to admit that there's been times where I've, maybe been upset at something that was said. I'm sure you've all felt the same way. But in the end, I feel like we've always been able to, work through and find common ground to work, areas of common ground that we can work together on. And I think this meeting, just goes to show that. So I'm happy. I think it's great to talk about, the smaller meetings, quarterly meetings with the smaller group. I think those are a little bit more nimble, so that should help, push more items forward to the larger group to be able to discuss. So I look forward to that. So thank you.
Councilmember Springer? No? Okay.
Dr. Agakani?
No, I'm just taking snacks.
Okay. Councilmember Nick?
I just want to
Councilmember
say,
Schultz, sorry.
you can call me Councilmember Nick, I'm approachable. No, I just wanted to say thank you to every member of the public who's still here. Thank you to all of you. It's a real pleasure. I'm honored to work alongside you. And thank you to our staffs. I know it's late, but this was a really good, productive meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Piggybacking off of Mr. Frittner a little bit, we are leaders. Leaders disagree on approaches all the time, and we all serve different constituencies within this community that we all call home. But fundamentally, when this group gets together, it does incredible things. I want to just remind us that while other school districts were struggling during the pandemic to try and secure mental health resources for their kids and for those students, we weren't, because of a partnership that was started 20 years ago by these two bodies. And over 2,000 students received free counseling programs, free counseling services during the pandemic at home because of the people in this room and because of our partners in the city of Burbank. We have the potential to keep amazing things coming if we don't keep the criticisms personal, because we're all managing different tasks. But we are partners, fundamentally. And we've already delivered for kids, and we're going to continue delivering kids for generations to come, because that's the kind of community this is. Thank you.
You have to say something now.
I have to say something, apparently. So I will say thank you to everybody. Special thanks to everybody from the district, because we get to do this again on Thursday. But thank you to all of our amazing partners in City Council and all of the amazing city staff as well.
Thank you.
I just look forward to doing this a year from now on a Thursday.
Okay, good. You have a second bite at the apple? Dr.
Well,
Agakani?
no. Actually, this is a good thing. We should have,
keep us going.
we
one
should have
time, huh?
snacks, but I do agree with, I do agree with my colleagues, but I also wanted to make sure that, some of these things that we're talking about, we're open to new ideas, because, that's what collaboration is about, coming forward new ideas, but also working on some old ideas. But also, I think this body has the potential to really take our city and schools to the 21st century, right? As some of our colleagues have spoken in the past, This is, technology is the future, and I think we need to really have these discussions as we're talking about bigger and better things. So I'm looking forward to bringing forward some of these ideas as part of the committee, but I just want to thank everyone, because this was a very productive meeting, and I'm looking forward to the next one 4 months from, right, today, right? Maybe. Thank you.
President?
Yes, sir. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for working to put this meeting together. It's appreciated. And Mr. Ferguson, I hear what you said. I mean, we're a group of leaders, a community that's working to provide the best experience and education we can for our students, who then, as the chief reminded us, grow up to be adults, to be community members, where a large percentage of them may stay right here. like we're learning with our police department. So we are growing our future community members that could be one day sitting here, leading the next generation forward. And so I think that's important that we remember that and continue to put forth the best that we can for the entire community.
Thank you. And I, for one, I just want to thank the staff. Obviously, a lot of work goes into this preparation for us to get together. The public, thank you very much for joining us, the ones that are left here, some of the staff. Madam City Clerk and Assistant City Clerk, thank you for being here. And my colleagues, thank you for being here and sharing such good ideas moving forward. And, there's two reasons why, for years, people have moved into Burbank, the schools and the city services. And now we're adjourned the meeting to Tuesday, July 26th, for a regular meeting in the council chamber. Yeah. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following 4 ways. We're not done yet, colleagues. Colleagues, we're not done yet. I haven't adjourned
If
yet.
there's no gavel, it's not over.
If you don't mind sitting down till I finish, or you can leave if you want. Well, I have to go through what I've been doing for the last 8 months. Okay, so the public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following 4 ways. In person for the general public comment, public hearings and reports to council, by calling in directly to the council meeting to speak during the general public period, and by leaving an e-comment on the city webpage, by emailing the city council directly. Thank you and good night. Now we're adjourned.
There it is.